Chapter 6:29. When the ring entered his hand, he felt an indescribable sense of heaviness. Southern Kingdom ring. Li Zongjiu looked at the ring in his hand. There was a red bean-sized gemstone on the ring, sparkling with light. This red gemstone was resplendent, causing people who looked at it to lose their souls. Anyone would be attracted by this gemstone. What really amazed Li Zongjiu was that the Southern Kingdom ring was a storage ring that he had collected in his previous life. The storage ring was as big as a city. It was as if a temple was placed in the ring. Needless to say, it was a storage space. The most important function of the ring was that it could sense the presence of primordial stones. Within a certain range, it could be considered as a treasure hunting function. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was very fond of the Southern Kingdom ring. However, he wouldn't be able to use this skill in the later stages. He could get as many primordial stones as he wanted, piling them up like a mountain. Li Zongjiu's wealth wasn't enough to describe it. At his realm, there was nothing he couldn't do except plucking the sky. Later on, Li Zongjiu kept the Southern Kingdom ring as a treasure, but he didn't expect to find it here. This was Li Zongjiu's possession. How could he leave it here? Since he had found it, he might as well take it away. In fact, Li Zongjiu had several very powerful equipment in his previous life. However, those were things that happened thousands of years later. Before that, Li Zongjiu did not obtain any heaven-defying treasures. Therefore, the process of his growth was extremely painful. Actually, this ring is mine. Thank you for finding it for me. Li Zongjiu did not hesitate to wear the Southern Kingdom ring on his finger. With a wave of his hand, the red gemstone on the ring was temporarily hidden. The light was no longer so dazzling. Seeing that his familiar friend had returned to his side, Li Zongjiu felt as if he had risen from the ruins once again. However, this time, he did not carry hatred and regret. Instead, he carried his own desire and will. You are very bold. In this Ghost King night market, no one has ever dared to rob. It's not that I want to criticize you, but you have no way out. The shopkeeper touched his head. Just now, Li Zongjiu's punch had caused him to roll down the stairs. Even now, it still hurt. Is that so? Since you are threatening me, don't blame me. Li Zongjiu said. Immediately, he extended his hand and directly groped around the other parts of the treasury. Wherever Li Zongjiu's hand passed by, there was a powerful force that directly pulled out the items under the Yuan Rune Formation light screen, including 2 supreme-grade primordial stones. In addition, there were also some spirit grasses and spirit medicines hidden in this treasury, as well as some precious ores. There weren't many items hidden in the treasury, but they were all things that sold well. If he kept hoarding things that he couldn't sell, wouldn't he lose the opportunity to make money in vain? Therefore, this unscrupulous store required a business mind. You will die a horrible death. He never thought that his anti-theft yuan pattern array would be useless in front of Li Zongjiu. It was as if it existed in name only. In fact, it was very easy to crack this kind of low-level anti-theft yuan pattern array. The reason why these anti-theft yuan pattern locks had such an effect was that they had their own unique beating frequency. Under the encirclement of Li Zongjiu's mental strength, even if you were ever-changing, it would be easy to find you. Although the shopkeeper was good at doing business, it was indeed a little difficult for him to bear in this aspect. He was not yet at this level, so he could not imagine how it was done. Li Zongjiu was not here to explain these things to him. He effortlessly plundered the underground treasury. Oh, that's right. You might be unlucky. I think the people protecting you will not be here so soon. Li Zongjiu gently slapped the shopkeeper's face twice. Although these 2 slaps did not hurt, they directly penetrated the shopkeeper's heart. This casual and relaxed action directly shattered his heart. You can forget about escaping. The shopkeeper stretched out his hand, wanting to catch Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu's figure flashed and was already dozens of meters away. he appeared on the stairs and gently closed the door of the secret room. At the same time, Li Zongjiu also took out a mid-grade primordial stone. His mental strength completed the engraving of the yuan pattern array almost instantaneously. With a pause sound, this yuan pattern array slammed into the door, embedding the middle-grade yuan stone into the door frame. Li Zongjiu then turned and left. His figure disappeared from the shop. Less than 2 minutes after Li Zongjiu left, a group of people wearing black cloaks and strange fanged masks appeared at the entrance of the shop with 3 lanterns. They exuded a terrifying murderous aura. "This is the place. Seal it off. Don't let anyone escape," the leader of the group yelled. The mask on his head was in the shape of a bull's head. Naturally, there was no need for the king to appear for ordinary matters. Therefore, the true ghost king of the underground world did not appear. Instead, he sent one of his subordinates to kill his way out and take care of these matters. Although he was only the right-hand man and not the ghost king himself, the bull's head was not weak. However, Oxhead's strength wasn't simple either. He had the strength of a grade 2 yuan monarch. Just one of his subordinates possessed such strength. Needless to say, the strength of the Ghost King was even more terrifying. When the people wearing the bull's head mask barged into the shop, they did not discover anyone. However, this was also the unusual part. "Search!" Oxhead waved his big hand, and the brats under him directly turned the store upside down. It looked like it was ransacked by bandits, but as a group of professionals they were very professional in this aspect. They didn't touch any of the things that were previously stolen. Finally, these people found the door to the underground warehouse that had been sealed. One of them wanted to open the copper ring on the door, but in an instant, he heard a loud bang. He turned around and saw that the little ghost was directly blown away in an instant. One of his arms was blown off, and his flesh was badly mangled. Most importantly, the fresh blood splattered on the face of the bull's head mask. "Motherfucker, you piece of trash!" The bull's head directly stomped down on the man with the broken arm, causing his chest to cave in. Everyone knew that the bull's head was the one who loved cleanliness the most. Immediately, the man took off his bull's head mask and replaced it with a new one. "A mere yuan inscription array dares to act rashly in front of me? Break for me!" The bull's head instantly punched out. Boom! The wooden door was instantly torn apart. At the same time, the force of the explosion was not directed towards the outside, but towards the inside. The entire tunnel below instantly collapsed. Rumble! As the dust filled the air, the bull's head directly pulled 2 people in front of him to prevent the dust from splashing on his body. "Find the person." When the dust settled, the bull's head ordered the people to dig the person out. "Who would have thought that the tunnel that you secretly dug would be so weak? Wasn't this just looking for trouble?" This made the Oxhead general very unhappy. When the shopkeeper of the black shop was dug out, he was already on his last breath. However, other than the shopkeeper of the black shop, no one else was found. Chapter 630. Ghost King Palace. In the Ghost King Night Market, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. All the underground transactions were protected by the law of darkness. Moreover, the Ghost King Night Market extended in all directions, with countless entrances and exits. Once the secret passageway was opened, it could even lead to any place in the sacred Flame Royal City. It could lead to any place that one could not even imagine. The Ghost King Palace was in charge of life and death in the Ghost King Night Market. It was the Ghost King Palace that maintained the rules. In the Ghost King Palace, there were countless experts who had established such an underground world. Places like the Ghost King Night Market would definitely exist. Even in the Imperial Court, there would often be people who would come to the Ghost King Palace to conduct some transactions. Some shady matters could only be handled by the people of the Ghost King Palace. There were countless of them. There was only one king in the Ghost King Palace, and that was the Ghost King. No one had seen the real face of the Ghost King. They only knew that the Ghost King wore a mask of the Night Rakshasa all year round. His voice was as deep as the roar of a lion, intimidating and terrifying. Once, there was a sect that claimed to uphold justice and maintain peace. All the experts of the sect, including several Yuan King realm experts and more than 100 Yuan Ancestor realm experts, were mobilized. However, the Ghost King personally took action and killed everyone in the sect. No one left alive. This underground world was formed directly and became a forbidden area. There were rules that belonged to this underground world. At the same time, these rules did not allow any provocation. In the Ghost King Palace, the seriously injured shopkeeper was directly brought to the main hall. Even though he was seriously injured, he could not delay the interrogation of the Ghost King Palace. This was because in the underground world, the rules had to be followed, and no one could break the rules. Although the shopkeeper had been a bandit and a bad guy before, when he was carried into the Ghost King Palace, he already knew that things were not good. The surrounding atmosphere was like being in a dark abyss, making it hard for people to breathe. He wanted to leave this place immediately. The people around him were all bare-chested and had incredibly ferocious expressions on their faces. They were glaring angrily at the people in front of them, and they were filled with dignity. And on the chair piled with human skulls, there was a person lying down. He wore a total of 8 rings on his hands, and each ring had a different color. Even though the shopkeeper was very knowledgeable, he had never seen these rings before. What were their origins? Speak, what's the situation? My Ghost King Palace will never tolerate anyone who breaks the rules. When the store was robbed by Li Zhongjiu, the shopkeeper immediately pressed the emergency button. Who would have thought that such a situation would occur? Li Zhongjiu was not caught. Instead, he was brought in for interrogation. Wasn't this a bit wrong? Thinking back, there had never been any cases of accidents in the Ghost King Palace. The shopkeeper immediately understood. If such a case happened to him, the credibility of the Ghost King Palace would be greatly damaged. Therefore, the Ghost King Palace would never allow such a thing to happen. Thinking of this, the shopkeeper's heart suddenly thumped. Ghost King. I accidentally triggered the mechanism. In fact, I sprained my ankle when I fell down. The shopkeeper stood up and said, bearing his serious injury. The underground world was really cruel. If he said that the Ghost King Palace had not caught anyone, then he would be slapping the Ghost King Palace in the face. Now that he had lost the treasure, if he lost his life as well, then it would be too much of a loss for him. Therefore, the shopkeeper directly denied it. Oh? If you are threatened, just tell me. My Ghost King Palace will never tolerate anyone who breaks the rules. The Ghost King said. But when these words came out, everyone's eyes were fixed on the shopkeeper as if to say, You brat, say something. Really? I really didn't. The Ghost King glanced at the ox-headed general. The ox-headed general also walked out. Your Excellency, when we went there, we didn't find any signs of an intruder. There was no fight at the scene, nor was there any abnormality. This guy was the only one who was locked in the underground warehouse. Could it be that this guy was trying to scam someone? This kind of behavior was similar to fraud. Previously, they had met several people who were not afraid of death. They had lost everything in the store, and then deliberately made it look like a robbery. They wanted to get compensation from the Ghost King Palace. After all, they had to pay a high protection fee. But in the end, the owner of the store was directly changed. After some reorganization, it was rented to someone who didn't have a store yet. It should be known that the price of a store in the underground world was even more expensive. The result was obvious. Basically, they lost their lives directly. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's disperse. The Ghost King was too lazy to pursue this matter, and casually waved his hand. Hearing this, the shopkeeper was very excited. With this sentence, it seemed that his life was saved. Otherwise, he estimated that he wouldn't live for long. Although the result of asking for help was very tragic, what could he do? The other party took the money and didn't do anything. Maybe they would even take his life to maintain their reputation. In this world, strength was everything. When the shopkeeper was sent away, the Ghost King waved his hand. Horseface, bring some people to investigate. Since someone dared to mess with my night market, I'll deal with his whole family. The Ghost King said coldly. How could it be so simple to establish the order of the underground world? Naturally, he could see that something was wrong with a glance, but he didn't catch the person on the spot. Therefore, this matter could only be temporarily put aside. The shopkeeper's matter was easy to deal with, but the person who came to their night market arrogantly couldn't be let off so easily. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will still capture you and bring you back. The Ghost King was also in the night market, and there were countless passageways. Most importantly, after Li Zongjiu ransacked the place, he turned back and continued to stroll around the night market. He wanted to find some more hidden treasures. After all, he had so much money that he hadn't had time to use it yet. I haven't had time to sell these elixirs. Why don't I try selling some elixirs here? Li Zongjiu thought to himself. The elixirs that he took out earlier were all taken back from the shopkeeper. There was nothing to say. They originally belonged to Li Zongjiu, so it was impossible for the shopkeeper to take them away. However, after strolling around, Li Zongjiu couldn't use some of the weapons, elemental arts, elemental skills, and the like. Even if he bought them, they would be useless. However, he found a remnant scroll on a small stall. How much are you selling this remnant scroll? Li Zongjiu directly picked up the incomplete scroll of the array formation. He didn't beat around the bush and said directly. 3,000 low-grade primordial stones, non-negotiable. The shopkeeper said. In this kind of free stall you could sell as you wished. However, if there were any safety issues, the Ghost King Palace would not be responsible. It was also a place to attract people. 3,000 low-grade primordial stones. According to the normal exchange rate, it was close to 30 high-grade primordial stones. This price was really not low. I'll give you 100 mid-grade primordial stones. If you don't sell, I'll rob you, Li Zongjiu said. His words were considered polite. Then, he directly threw the 100 mid-grade primordial stones on the stall. Anyway, they were all robbed from the shop just now. 100 mid-grade primordial stones were far more valuable than 1,000 low-grade primordial stones. It could be regarded as 1,500 low-grade primordial stones. However, the difference in price was still more than half. Although the stall owner was unhappy when he saw Li Zongjiu, he chose to swallow his anger. He didn't say anything, but silently put away the 100 mid-grade primordial stones. In fact, he found this remnant scroll by accident when he was training. Although he wasn't necessarily afraid of Li Zongjiu, he didn't necessarily fear him. But in the black market, being able to get money smoothly was already a very rare thing. Chapter 631. Li Zongjiu also left with the remnant scroll. Currently, he had 2 top-grade primeval stones, nearly 30 high-grade primeval stones, and 500 mid-grade primeval stones. He could be considered extremely wealthy. In the beginning, when he wanted to buy some primeval stones from Qi Shaohun, he had to use his connections. After walking around, Li Zongjiu himself was also familiar with the place. He directly found an exit and walked out, but when he walked out, he found that the sky was already dark, and he was in the suburbs. The surroundings were desolate and uninhabited, and gusts of cold wind blew through the forest. This is the northern outskirts of the city. I have to walk back. Li Zongjiu's residence, White Deer Manor, was in the southwest direction of the city. However, the Sacred Flame Royal City was a huge city and was not as small as one would imagine. There were hundreds of thousands of people moving around every day. There were no less than 10 people at the city gate. However, just as Li Zongjiu was about to leave for home, he sensed a familiar fluctuation from the Southern Nation ring on his hand. When he wore the Southern Nation ring in the past, there would often be such a fluctuation. Under normal circumstances, very few people knew why the Southern Nation ring would emit such a fluctuation when wearing it. However, Li Zhongjie was very clear that there were extremely pure primordial stones nearby. They were at least supreme-grade primordial stones. Li Zhongjie's eyes suddenly lit up. The reason why it could sense such fluctuations was because the source stone had just been mined and hadn't been polished yet. Therefore, the Southland Ring could easily sense its aura. If it was protected by layers of protection, then it would be very difficult for the Southland Ring to detect it even if it was close at hand. Therefore, when the Southern Nation Ring was outdoors, it could easily find objects with strong primordial qi. Just in time. Recently, Li Zhongjie was in need of yuan stones. Immediately, his figure flashed, leaving behind numerous afterimages in the forest, as his figure swiftly dashed forward. At this moment, an extremely fierce battle was breaking out in the forest. With a convoy of carriages as the center, the 4 black-clothed experts were moving, bringing with them bursts of bloody wind. The 8th elder of the Qi clan, Qi Feiyu. He held a black and white dual blade in his hand and was fighting a bloody battle. Alone, he was fiercely fighting against 2 experts of the enemy. His subordinates were also desperately resisting. He did not expect that this transportation mission would be discovered in the end. Moreover, the people who came with them were actually old rivals of many years. He Qi Feiyu, it's not worth it to die here for a mere primordial stone. Give it to us, and we promise not to kill your people. Otherwise, your people will be killed by our disciples of the Yin sect. A protector of the Yin sect said in a cold voice. Of Qi Feiyu's Feiyu was Feiyu. Qi Feiyu wielded a pair of black and white blades, and behind him was a black and white dragon-tailed fish. Among the numerous yuan spirits, the existence of the black and white dragon-tail fish was extremely unique. It was also because of the strength of the black and white dragon-tail fish that the 2 protectors were so timid. They did not even dare to forcefully attack. If they were to fight to the death in the end, or even let Qi Feiyu drag the 2 of them with him and take them away, then the outcome would be too miserable. Therefore, they naturally would not do such a losing business. Feeling the aura of the black and white dragon-tail fish, the 2 protectors only dared to use all their skills to delay Qi Feiyu. But looking at Qi Feiyu's appearance, he did not seem to be in a hurry. The Yin sect sent you 2 trash. If I, Qi Feiyu, can't even deal with you 2 scum today, then I don't need to stay in this business in the future. Qi Feiyu said in a cold voice. His aura did not diminish. Although Qi Feiyu was fighting 1 against 2 and even felt as if he was about to fall into a disadvantageous position, his aura did not weaken at all. Immediately, his excited mockery caused the eyes of the 2 great protectors to flicker with cold light. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Don't blame our Yin Yuan sect for being cruel today. Disciples of Yin Yuan sect, listen up. Kill all of these people from the Qi clan. Leave no one alive. Their storage rings will belong to you. The protector of the Yin sect, Wuji sect, said. The other protector was called Wuji Dao. The 2 of them were blood brothers. When the 2 of them joined forces, their fighting strength could at least be ranked in the top 3 among the protectors of the Yin sect. Men of the Qi family, kill this group of bastards in front of you. Qi Feiyu roared at once, bolstering his prestige. Although the other party came in a menacing manner, they had already sent out a message. As long as the experts of the family arrived in time, they would be able to kill these experts of the Yin Yuan sect and rescue them. After Qi Feiyu roared, a bone-chilling wind seemed to blow in the sky. Qi Feiyu's eyes darkened. The dragon-tail fish behind him also swam around Qi Feiyu. Obviously, it had sensed the presence of something and had come to protect Qi Feiyu. Ha ha ha, the Yinli protector is here. Qi Feiyu, don't blame us for not giving you a chance. It's not too late to leave now. The Yinli protector. When Qi Feiyu sensed the unusual smell in the air, he knew that the situation was not good. He knew that the other party would take action, but he did not expect that the other party would actually invite the Yinlao's protector out. In the Yin sect, The elders were in charge of internal affairs, while the protectors were in charge of external affairs. Therefore, the ones in charge of external affairs were the protectors. Every protector was a Yuan monarch powerhouse. This showed how powerful the Yin Yuan sect was, as there were more than 10 protectors in the Yin Yuan sect. Moreover, every protector was an important asset of the Yin sect. Normally, there would be 2 protectors when they were dispatched. There had never been a situation where there were 3 protectors. Once there were more than 3 protectors, it meant that the operation was imperative. If the operation of the Yin sect was exposed, the sect itself would be threatened. Therefore, they had to end the battle quickly. The Yinli protector was charging over. He was the 3rd-ranked protector in the Yin sect. There was no need to talk about his strength. Even if the Limitless sect and the Limitless sect worked together, they could only be the Yinli protector. Haha, Qi Feiyu, you should be honored that this old man has personally come to take your dog life. The Yinli protector's voice came from a very distant place. However, in the next moment, a black shadow was already in front of Qi Feiyu. Qi Feiyu was stunned. The dragon-tail fish automatically turned into a ray of light and blocked in front of Qi Feiyu. Boom! Qi Feiyu's entire body was sent flying. With a loud bang, he fell to the ground from the sky. Fortunately, the dragon-tail fish protected its master in time, allowing Qi Feiyu to regain his balance. What a terrifying power! It was this move that sent Qi Feiyu flying. It was obvious that the person who had come was very powerful. Greetings, Yinli Protector! The Limitless sect and the Limitless sect said in unison. A slender black-robed man appeared in front of them. His 2 sleeves were almost touching the ground. His face was glowing with silver light. Under the moonlight, his mouth was filled with silver teeth. He looked extremely sinister and terrifying. Chapter 632. You 2 pieces of trash can't even deal with Qi Feiyu. I have to do it myself. The Yinli was obviously very dissatisfied with the ability of the 2 protectors. The 2 of them together were not Qi Feiyu's opponent. They had wasted so much time. If the people of the Qi family were to react, they would definitely be surrounded like dumplings. The Qi family's power and influence within the sacred Flame Royal City must be extremely great. The fact that the Yin Yuan sect had chosen to take the risk and make a move within the city meant that they would definitely catch the Qi family off guard. However, everything would be meaningless if they continued to delay. Please forgive us, Protector, the 2 of them hurriedly said in a low voice. Although they were both protectors, their statuses couldn't be compared. The Yinlao's protector in front of them originally had the opportunity to be promoted to an elder, but he was very unhappy with those people in the elder courtyard. Therefore, he did not take the position of an elder and continued to serve as a protector. Look carefully, don't let anyone escape. Yes, Protector. The Yinlao's figure fell from the sky and fell down. Boom. Yin-yang balanced blade. Qi Feiyu's twin blades spiraled, as if cutting the world in front of him into 2 halves. The terrifying blade energy rushed toward the Yinlao's. The Yinlao's eyes flickered. In the face of this terrifying blade energy, an incomparably surging power pulsed between his raised palms. Boom! There seemed to be a mummified original spirit appearing behind him. After it appeared, it slashed down with its angry claws. It forcibly shattered the blade energy. Damn it! After the power of the 2 claws broke the blade energy, its momentum did not decrease and fell directly toward Qi Feiyu's head. Qi Feiyu could only block with his twin blade. Clang! The twin blades in his hands were directly shaken off. The difference in power was too great. Qi Feiyu's cultivation was only at the level of a 2nd-grade Yuan king, but the strength of the Yinlao's protector in front of him was at least at the level of a late-stage 2nd-grade Yuan king, or even at the level of a 3rd-grade Yuan king. Even if it was only a small difference, it was already a very terrifying gap. It would take at least 3 to 5 years or even more than 10 years of cultivation to cross this threshold. Therefore, the gap between them is much larger than you can imagine. In just one move, Qi Feiyu fell into a disadvantageous position. Qi Feiyu, who had lost his dual blades, could clearly feel a sense of crisis. The Yinlao's protector attacked again. His figure trembled as he appeared in front of Qi Feiyu. Behind the pubic Lao's protector, a person wrapped in white bandages gradually appeared. Boom! The yuan power on his body transformed into a terrifying bandage and instantly wrapped around Qi Feiyu's body. You can also become my corpse servant. The pubic Lao's protector laughed loudly. Even though Qi Feiyu was trying his best to circulate his yuan power to resist the binding force, he was unable to do so. However, even the dragon-tailed fish behind him was entangled. Furthermore, it was also tightly binding him. Not good, the elder is in danger. When the disciples of the Qi family saw that their elders were tied up, they immediately became anxious. They wanted to rescue their elders, but the disciples of the Yin Yuan sect kept pestering them. You guys go and take the ore away first. Refining Qi Feiyu was not an easy task. At the very least, it would take a certain amount of time. After the Wuji sect and the Wuji Dao heard this, they immediately responded. Then, with a boom, they rushed toward the carriage. Boom! When they were more than 10 meters away, a palm blasted out. The carriage was instantly torn apart, and the horses in front were also directly killed. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground rang out, and rice scattered all over the sky. As for this chest, it just so happened that it was hidden under the grain storage of this carriage. A top-grade primordial stone. A piece of top-grade primordial stone that has not been cut. When they saw the box, the limitless realm and the limitless path were clearly very shocked. At the same time, they were also extremely excited. Normally, the primordial stones that were dug out could only be used to maintain a livelihood. However, this piece of top-grade primordial stone was of a completely different level. Even after such a long time of digging, they were able to find this piece of top-grade primordial stone. Today, he finally managed to dig it out. It could be said that the Qi family had made a big profit. However, this piece of top-grade primordial stone that had not been cut could not be stored in a storage ring because the primordial Qi was too strong. It was impossible for a storage ring to contain the strong primordial Qi of this piece of top-grade primordial stone. Therefore, they had to use this method to transport it. Although they were extremely careful, they did not expect that the disciples of the Yin Yuan sect would dare to make a move in the city. Now, it seemed that the Yin Yuan sect must have done something in other places. Otherwise, why would the experts who came to support them have not arrived yet? The two of them surged out their primordial Qi like a huge cover, directly enveloping the heavy box. Drag it away. However, just as the two of them were about to turn around and drag the box away, suddenly, an aura came from the sky. But a figure landed on top of the box. Suddenly, the box seemed to have increased in weight for no reason, trapping the two Yuan kings on the spot. What's going on? When the limitless Taoist turned around, he saw a long, black pipe pointed at his head. What is this? Wuji Dao could not see the situation in front of him clearly. Suddenly, he saw an extremely terrifying force erupt from the long black pipe. Boom! The overbearing force instantly attacked. It slammed into Limitless Dao's body and sent him flying out. Boom! This loud sound also alarmed everyone present. When Wuji saw his brother, Wuji Dao's figure was sent flying. Finally, with a loud boom, he fell heavily to the ground. Wuji Dao! Wuji Daoist shouted. Black smoke rose from Wuji Daoist's face. Seeing this situation, Wuji Dao's eyes were filled with grief and indignation. Even if Wuji Dao was not dead yet, his current state meant that he was on the verge of death. At the very least, he was severely injured. You're courting death. Wuji Dao also reacted. Someone had launched a sneak attack on them, and the person who had launched the sneak attack was the person standing on top of the box. Wuji Dao immediately unleashed his primordial Qi and blasted it towards the person on top of the box. The aura was like an avalanche. However, when he looked over, the person on top of the box had already disappeared. Here. Li Zongjiu's figure appeared behind Wu Jidao. The furious dragon catcher in his hand was directly pressed against the back of Wu Jidao's head. Given Li Zongjiu's strength, it was really easy for him to kill these people. Even Lei Gong, who was a peak Yuan monarch, could only flee in defeat in front of Li Zongjiu. Thus, the people in front of him were even more vulnerable. Go down. Immediately, Li Zongjiu pulled the trigger of the Raging Flames Dragon Slayer in his hand. As the sound of the trigger rang out, the infinite space was blasted away. Boom. Chapter 633. Two loud bangs were heard. The people of the Yin Yuan sect and the Qi family were shocked. The disciples of the Yin Yuan sect were flabbergasted when they saw their two protectors get killed by a young man in a matter of seconds. How could this be? Since when did such a terrifying figure appear? Although the disciples of the Qi family were pleasantly surprised, they were not happy for long. The two guardians of the Yin Yuan sect had been dealt with, but they did not know who this young man was. The strength of this young man before them was clearly more threatening than the two great protectors. If Li Zongjiu were to deal with them, they would probably die even faster. Although he looked young, he had killed two Yuan monarchs in the blink of an eye. Even now, they still did not know whether this young man was an enemy or a friend. The people on both sides also stopped fighting for the spoils. Instead, they gathered around each other, as they had to face this urgent situation. Looking at Li Zongjiu in front of them, they had to be on their guard. The Yinlao's protector could clearly feel the invasion of an external enemy. When he turned his head, he saw two figures lying on the ground. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. He happened to see Li Zongjiu looking at him. He loosened his grip and released Qi Feiyu. Then, he turned his attention to Li Zongjiu. When he saw the item in Li Zongjiu's hand, a glimmer of light appeared in the Yinlao's protector's eyes. "Your Excellency, could you be the famous Li Zongjiu in the city?" The Yinlao's protector already had a guess when he saw the furious dragon slaying Flame. Since they were in charge of a sect, they naturally had to pay attention to the wind vein. They had to pay close attention to any situation that had occurred in the city recently and any powerful weapons that had appeared. If they were to remain stagnant, they would only end up being replaced by others. This was the reason why the Yinlao's protector was able to grasp the news about the Qi family so quickly. Li Zongjiu's reputation had gradually risen recently. Almost everything he did was on a large scale. Therefore, the Yin Yuan sect naturally noticed this. In fact, it was because Li Zongjiu's style of doing things was very similar to that of the Yin Yuan sect. If they were interested, they could directly invite Li Zongjiu to join their sect. This was a very good thing. However, it seemed like the problem had become somewhat serious. Qi Feiyu finally broke free from his restraints and hurriedly moved his body to the side. The numerous Qi clan disciples also came to his aid. Of course, Qi Feiyu's gaze was still fixed on Li Zongjiu, who had just appeared, and the two corpses on the ground. Weren't these two people who were the guardians of the Yin Yuan sect? He Feiyu and Qi Feiyu? Qi Feiyu? This caused Qi Feiyu to feel a deep shock in his heart. He is Li Zongjiu? The name Li Zongjiu had appeared several times in the Qi family. Some time ago, Li Zongjiu had bought some primordial stones from the Qi family. At that time, the family head's actions were questioned by many people. However, now it seemed that Li Zongjiu's strength was worthy of the Qi family's goodwill. "You are not bad to be able to call out my name. Today you don't have to die." "Scram," Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Before he made his move, he had observed the situation. The primordial stone under his feet was a true king of primordial stones. A casual cut of such a king of primordial stones would produce hundreds of primordial stones. Even if it was just some dregs, the effect would still be better than this primordial stone. The value of this primordial stone was beyond imagination. Originally, Li Zongjiu wanted to snatch it away. However, after knowing that it belonged to the Qi family, Li Zhongjiu, as a man of principle, knew that he couldn't be too casual about this matter. If he snatched it away directly, wouldn't Li Zhongjiu be too ungrateful? He might as well leave and give face to the Qi family. However, after the Yin Laos joined the battle, the Qi family's people would be wiped out. Considering that Qi Shaohun, the patriarch of the Qi clan, had a good taste, Li Zhongjiu had decided to make a move. In fact, for Li Zhongjiu, this was a very painful act. He was so generous that he didn't want such a big piece of primordial stone. For others, they might not be able to do this. After killing the two people, Li Zhongjiu wanted to leave this sad place as soon as possible. However, looking at the Yin Laos protector, it seemed like he didn't want to give up so easily. When the Yin Laos protector heard Li Zhongjiu's words, he was stunned. This kid was a little too arrogant. Did he think that he could scare off a veteran like him with just his name? Young man, your potential is not bad. How about this? Let's work together. We'll split this primordial stone in half. How about that? As for the people of the Qi family, once they are all dead, no one will know that it was you who did it. You can continue to live a carefree life in this city. My Yin Yuan sect will deal with the anger of the Qi family. The Yin Laos protector spoke slowly. His words were clear and his tone was sincere. It sounded like he was really discussing countermeasures with Li Zhongjiu. After all, this was the king of primordial stones. If all of it was absorbed, it would be enough for a peak Yuan monarch to break through to the Yuan emperor realm. If one could obtain such a powerful energy, it would be an invisible fortune. Qi Feiyu's eyes flickered when he heard the Yin Laos protector's words. If these two monsters worked together, they would definitely die today. However, there was still a chance now. Qi Feiyu hurriedly said to Li Zhongjiu, "Brotherly, my family's young mistress has some friendship with you. Thank you for your help today. In the future, my Qi family will definitely reward you handsomely. This old bastard eats people without spitting out their bones. The people of the Yin Yuan sect are all despicable and cunning. Don't believe their words." Qi Feiyu shouted loudly and even brought out Qi Yanran. When Li Zhongjiu saw that the two of them were about to start bickering, he raised his hand and gestured for them to stop talking for the time being. "Don't worry. I owe your family head a favor. They won't be able to take away the item today," Li Zhongjiu said. If it wasn't for the favor he owed, Li Zhongjiu wouldn't have cared so much. He would have just taken action and snatched the item away. These people wouldn't even have been able to discover who had done it. This wasn't a difficult task. Qi Feiyu was more or less relieved when he heard Li Zhongjiu's words. It seemed like Li Zhongjiu was quite reliable. As long as they continued to stall for time, it would be even more advantageous for the Qi family. Even if the people of the Yin Yuan sect had some sinister tricks up their sleeves, the experts of the Qi family would definitely arrive in the shortest time possible. However, the Yin Laos protector didn't think so. Just now, he was trying to persuade the Yin Laos protector because he cherished talent. However, since the Yin Laos protector refused to listen and even dared to spout nonsense here, the Yin Laos protector couldn't be polite anymore. "Since you intend to make an enemy out of my Yin Yuan sect, I won't let you have an easy time today." The Yin Laos protector slowly stood up and gradually released his killing intent. Boom. Chapter 634. There seemed to be a white energy rapidly seeping out from under the feet of the Indi Laos. Swoosh. With a loud noise, the Indi Laos sensed an extremely terrifying energy coming from under his feet. With a flick of Li Zhongjiu's finger, an invisible flame ignited in front of him. With a loud explosion, it immediately ignited the white yuan power in front of him, and the terrifying flame immediately pounced back at the Inke Laos. Boom. Flame. Do you think the flame can extinguish my yuan power? Dream on. Immediately, the Indi Laos let out a low roar, and the bandaged figure behind him also rushed forward. Wherever the bandaged monster passed, it discovered that the surrounding life force was rapidly withering. It actually possessed such an ability. When Li Zongjiu saw this, he was slightly surprised. After all, this kind of yuan power was rare. It seemed to be a kind of energy that could affect vitality, the power of exhaustion. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, this energy was still too weak. The thunder-beheading blade appeared in his hand, and lightning vibrated. Without hesitation, he slashed down, and the terrifying lightning instantly surged out. Rumble! Lightning covered the entire ground. There was a trace of horror on the Indi Laos's face. When he saw the terrifying lightning surging out, the Indi Laos secretly cursed in his heart. This was because his yuan power was most afraid of this kind of fierce and overbearing energy. It could easily destroy him. Come back! In front of the lightning, the Indi Laos immediately wanted to summon his yuan spirit. However, his yuan spirit had already transformed into a magnificent army and directly rushed towards Li Zongjiu's lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was engulfed by the lightning. Puff! The Indi Laos protector suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His yuan spirit had clearly been completely destroyed in an instant. Li Zongjiu slashed down again, and a terrifying energy instantly enveloped the Indi Laos. This was too unbelievable for the Indi Laos. Li Zongjiu's yuan power cultivation was clearly only at the first-grade yuan king realm, but he had actually defeated him. How could such a thing happen? Corpse phantom clone. The Indi Laos was not without means. Although his yuan spirit had been seriously injured and could not be used, the power of the move he had been brewing was still there. Immediately, something seemed to crawl out of the body of the Indi Laos and drilled out of its body. Kacha, kacha! Li Zongjiu could not help but frown when he saw this mantis-like thing crawling out of the Indi Laos. It was not because the thing in front of him had become so disgusting, but it was because this fool had used such a precious method to refine it. It was really a reckless waste of resources. You used the doppelganger technique that you painstakingly cultivated to refine this thing? Fuck. Li Zongjiu really hated this kind of person who wasted resources. This was also an extremely wasteful behavior, and he wished he could directly chop off this person's head. I'll let you have a taste of the power of my night demon mantis. The pitch-black mantis moved, carrying a terrifying blade as it charged towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also flicked his finger, and flames flew directly towards the mantis in front of him. Boom! The mantis did not stop at all and continued to charge towards Li Zongjiu at an incomparably fast speed. Kill him! The Indi Laos had absolute confidence that with the strength of his night demon mantis, he would definitely be able to kill Li Zongjiu with a single strike of his sickle. Qi Feiyu and the others were extremely nervous as they looked at Li Zongjiu's situation. Li Zongjiu came to save them, so naturally, they did not want Li Zongjiu to die like this. If Li Zongjiu died too early, the Indi Laos would still have enough time to kill them all and take away the items. The only hope was that Li Zongjiu could hold on for a longer time. The sickle of the night demon mantis is invincible. No one can block the sickle of the night demon mantis. Not only was it invincible, but it was also as fast as lightning and extremely fierce. No one could clearly see the speed of the night demon mantis. The refining method of this kind of doppelganger cost a lot. The reason why he chose the night demon mantis was to increase his lethality and obtain a greater chance of survival. When they were outside, they could only use these methods to ensure their safety. The two sickles in front of the night demon mantis were constantly swaying. Swish! When the sickle swayed, it seemed to show a shadow. When the shadow appeared, it also fell into Li Zongjiu's hand with a swish. Li Zongjiu raised his hand and easily caught the sickle of the night demon mantis. He actually caught it with his bare hands. When the Indi Laos saw Li Zongjiu's action, it was shocked. The Indi Laos was shocked, as if it had seen the most incredible thing in the world. What? How is this possible? In the next moment, Li Zongjiu directly chopped off one of the night demon mantis's arms with his bare hands. When he chopped down, He directly changed the direction of the sickle and directly inserted it into the body of the night demon mantis. Suddenly, dark green liquid gushed out from the wound. Li Zongjiu also directly injected the obsidian fire into the body of the night demon mantis. Suddenly, the pitch-black mantis became a braised mantis. Damn it! What the hell is this monster? The Indi Louse could see Li Zongjiu's action and immediately cursed. What the hell was wrong with Li Zongjiu's body? How could he be so powerful? Immediately, the Indi Louse's figure leaped and directly fled into the distance. If it did not escape at this moment, it would not have a chance. It did not expect that it, a dignified protector of the Yin Yuan sect, was not Li Zongjiu's opponent. Retreat. When this word came out of the Indi Louse's mouth, one could almost hear the sound of its heart breaking. This time, not only did it lose its original spirit and a doppelganger, but it also had to give up the king of primordial stones that it was about to obtain. This was the most painful thing for the Indi Louse. The loss this time would at least reduce the strength of the pubic louse by half. It wouldn't be easy for it to recover, not to mention that the loss this time was heavy. The loss of the two protectors of the Limitless sect and the Limitless sect was already very serious. When the disciples of the Yin Yuan sect also wanted to retreat, a light flashed in Li Zongjiu's eyes. When did I say that you can leave? Li Zongjiu's cold voice directly poured into the ears of the disciples of the Yin Yuan sect. The next moment, the disciples of the Yin Yuan sect suddenly changed their expressions. Chapter 635. Wherever Li Zongjiu's gaze passed, the figures of these Yin Yuan sect disciples seemed to stop in an instant. At the same time, an extremely hot force quickly surged within their bodies. My hand is on fire. One of them suddenly saw a flame erupt from his palm. This flame burned directly within his body, so there was no way to extinguish it from the outside. No! While one of them was talking, he suddenly felt a terrifying flame erupt from his head. As he spoke, smoke rose from his head. Then, he saw the flame engulf his head in an instant. Boom! More than 20 experts from the Yin Yuan sect were directly burned to ashes by this terrifying flame. The Yin Louse, who had already fled far away, turned around and saw Li Zongjiu's vicious attack. Although he wanted to save his Yin Yuan sect disciples, it was already too late by the time he realized what had happened. Immediately, the Yin Yuan sect disciples were all burned to ashes. Not a single one of them was able to escape. The remaining Qi family disciples looked at each other in dismay when they saw this scene. This fellow, such a scene was truly terrifying. These people had nearly taken their lives just now. Each and every one of them was extremely ferocious. Furthermore, they were extremely strong, and were not to be trifled with. But now, they were all killed by Li Zongjiu with ease. In their eyes, Li Zongjiu's strength was simply way too frightening. What a terrifying mind power! In order to accurately inject so many flames into the bodies of these people, one must have a powerful mind power to control them. Although they seemed invisible, they were in fact tangible. During this process, these people were all burned to ashes. Therefore, Qi Feiyu was also quite shocked. The only regret was that the Yin Louse had escaped. However, Qi Feiyu also knew that if Li Zongjiu had wanted to kill the Yin Louse, it would have been a piece of cake. It was just that the Yin Louse had managed to survive at the very beginning. He had heard of Li Zongjiu's name before. Now, it seemed that this Li Zongjiu was indeed worthy of his reputation. He was eccentric and powerful. Everything he did was completely based on his mood. It was said that Li Zongjiu had once humiliated the ninth prince. However, this was only a rumor and could not be confirmed. If this spread to the ninth prince's ears, he would lose his head and ruin the ninth prince's reputation. How could he be let off so easily? Thank you for your help, Brother Li. Qi family's Qi Feiyu is very grateful. Qi Feiyu cupped his hands and said. Although there were still some injuries on his body, basic movement was not a problem. Now that the Yin Louse had been chased away, there was a more serious problem in front of them. Would Li Zongjiu be tempted by such a big piece of primordial stone? Also, was Li Zongjiu also spying on them all the way here? Unlike money, some money was not a necessity for practitioners. After mastering powerful strength, money would naturally follow. However, this primordial stone king was different. The value of this top-grade primeval stone could no longer be measured by gold yuan, purple yuan, and the like. The value that could be produced and the effect that could be achieved would make even an epic emperor go crazy. It was hard to say that they would not be too tempted. What if Li Zongjiu lost his mind at the last moment? With Li Zongjiu's strength, it would be easy for him to kill them. Judging from his performance just now, Li Zongjiu could easily kill them. Based on the performance, they would probably be wiped out even faster. Li Zongjiu just glanced at Qi Feiyu indifferently. Humph! After a cold snort, Li Zongjiu also jumped and disappeared into the night sky. At this moment, he naturally did not show him a good face. At first, Qi Feiyu was a little surprised that Li Zongjiu left without saying anything. But thinking about it, he admired Li Zongjiu even more. Such a big piece of primordial stone king was placed here. It made everyone envious and moved. Li Zongjiu was naturally moved. If he continued to stay, he might change his mind and directly take the primordial stone away. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, chose to leave without a word. He just left like that. Li Zongjiu's departure would make it easier for them to give up. At the same time, it would also make Qi Feiyu and the others feel relieved. In this way, there was no need to be so nervous. Seeing Li Zongjiu leave confidently, Qi Feiyu could not believe it. Qi Feiyu didn't dare to believe that there was actually someone who could resist the temptation of the king of primordial stones. He was really surprised. However, when he turned around, he saw that the ground had already been burnt to ashes. Qi Feiyu suddenly understood why Li Zongjiu did not want to let these people go. It was completely to vent his anger. But no matter what, the crisis tonight could be considered to have passed. This allowed Qi Feiyu and the others to heave a sigh of relief. Not only had they survived this calamity, but they had also managed to protect the supreme-grade primal stone king in their hands. In addition, the two protectors of the Yin Yuan sect had died here. This battle could be said to be a complete victory. Of the three protectors of the Yin Yuan sect, 2 were dead and 1 was injured. The remaining disciples were all killed. Even the Qi clan, who had been fighting with the Yin Yuan sect for many years, did not have such a glorious record. Pack up everything. In this battle, no one in the Qi clan died. All of them only suffered some injuries. It seems like the Yin Yuan sect's plan wasn't to kill people. They just wanted to snatch things away. However, who would have thought that Li Zongjiu would appear halfway? Otherwise, they would have been able to get their hands on the loot. In that case, the Qi clan would have suffered a great loss. About 5 minutes after Li Zongjiu left, 3 figures flew over from the sky. Boom! 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 When the 3 figures appeared, Qi Feiyu and the other disciples of the Qi clan had their eyes shining. They finally welcomed the dawn. 3 tyrannical auras instantly enveloped the dilapidated carriage team below. Qi Shaohun landed on the ground. Beside him was Qi Yanran. There was also an old man, who was also one of the elders of the Qi clan. When the 3 figures landed, the disciples of the Qi clan immediately saluted. Clan head. Greetings, clan head. Qi Shaohun looked at the wounded disciples of the Qi clan and immediately released his Yuan spirit. An extremely thick longevity tree fell on the ground. The dense crown of the tree covered the people in front of him. Then, the longevity tree transmitted its life force to these people. Buzz. The disciples of the Qi clan immediately felt the burning pain on their bodies. A clear stream flowed through them, healing their wounds and dispersing the poison. This was the effect of Qi Xiaohun's Yuan spirit, the longevity tree king. Thank you for your hard work, Qi Shaohun said in a deep voice. They were attacked by the Yin Yuan sect. Naturally, these people were also attacked fiercely. However, if it were not for the protection of the disciples of the Qi clan, the primordial Stone King would have been snatched away. Clan head, please take a look, Chi Feiyu waved his hand. Immediately, 2 disciples brought 2 sacks over. The rest of the corpses were burned to ashes. However, these 2 corpses were slightly intact. Only their heads were slightly burned. Chapter 636. This is. Even Qi Shaohun couldn't recognize the 2 corpses. Qi Yanran went to distribute some healing pills to the disciples of her family. She frowned when she saw the 2 corpses, because the wounds on the corpses were somewhat familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before. These 2 are the protectors of Yin Yuan sect, Limitless Realm and Limitless Tao. Qi Feiyu said. Qi Shaohun and the other old man were shocked when they heard Qi Feiyu's words. What, it's the 2 of them? If the 2 of them joined hands, it wouldn't be easy for you to defeat them with your strength. Qi Feiyu's dragon-tailed fish original spirit was actually not good at fighting. Most of the time, it was a kind of auxiliary enhancement effect. It could maintain a certain amount of output and support when many people were attacking, instead of fighting alone. Qi Shaohun had a whole new level of respect for Qi Feiyu since he was able to kill the 2 of them. Qi Feiyu smiled bitterly when he saw the admiration in the eyes of the 2 old men. It's fine if it's really me who killed them. If I had the strength, I would have told you that I didn't kill them. Qi Feiyu said. Not you? Then who is it? Qi Shaohun and the others looked at Qi Feiyu in shock. Could it be that he was a disciple of some family? Could it be that there were so many experts hidden among the disciples of some family? That would be too exaggerated. It's Li Zongjiu, Qi Feiyu said. Qi Yanran, who was distributing the pills, paused when she heard the name. He almost threw the pill to the ground and turned to look at Qi Feiyu in shock. The expressions of Qi Shaohun and the others were the same. Looking at Qi Feiyu, there was a trace of shock and suspicion on their faces. Could it be that you're old and muddle-headed, or did you see wrongly? Yin Yuan sect sent a total of 3 guardians to besiege us. In addition to the 2 who died, there was also a Yin Laos. Although he escaped, his fate was very tragic. His original spirit was destroyed and his doppelganger was destroyed. In addition, a total of 23 experts of Yin Yuan sect died in the hands of Li Zongjiu. Qi Feiyu slowly said. No one dared to believe that such a scene was happening right in front of their eyes. When they saw the 20-odd people burning, they looked like 20 firecrackers. Such a spectacular sight made people forget that Li Zongjiu had killed so many Sky Origin powerhouses in an instant. Although these people had yet to reach the level of a Yuan monarch, at least 5 of them were 6th-grade Yuan ancestors and above. However, they were unable to dodge Li Zongjiu's attack. Why is he here? Qi Yanran stepped forward and asked. Why would Li Zongjiu appear in a place like this for no reason? Why would Li Zongjiu appear in such a place? You're saying that the Yin Laos was defeated in his hands? In addition, the 2 guardians died in the hands of Li Zongjiu? What about our supreme-grade origin stones? Qi Shaohun suddenly reacted. Could it be that this kid was here for the supreme-grade origin stones? The supreme-grade origin stones are still here. He said that he owed the family head a favor, so he returned the stones to us. Qi Feiyu said. Not only is he strong, but he's also loyal and loyal. He's a true man. Qi Shaohun and the others immediately felt heartfelt admiration for Li Zongjiu. This incident allowed everyone to clearly see Li Zongjiu's temperament. Although it was widely rumored in the city that Li Zongjiu was a cold-blooded animal who killed without batting an eyelid and liked to stir up trouble, Li Zongjiu's temperament was not something to be scoffed at. However, in the eyes of Qi Shaohun and the others, these things were a form of smearing Li Zongjiu's reputation. After all, Li Zongjiu had already killed your people, so there was no need to speak well of you. In fact, it was all relative. Therefore, one couldn't understand what kind of person he was just by listening to what he said. The corners of Qi Yanran's mouth curled up slightly. Normally, Qi Yanran's expression was cold and indifferent. However, when she smiled gently, It was as stunning as 100 flowers blooming, which made people feel extremely amazed. This guy seems to be not bad. This time, Li Zongjiu had saved the Qi family from a disaster. Moreover, he wasn't tempted by these things. Otherwise, just these things in front of them were enough to make Li Zongjiu go crazy. Even if Li Zongjiu was deliberately pretending, it would take a lot of courage for him to do so. Therefore, this time, Li Zongjiu's righteous behavior also surprised everyone. At least, in front of the super-powerful temptation of this king of primordial stones, he was able to endure it. Such a firm will was really hard to say. In the eyes of Qi Shaohun and the others, Li Zongjiu had become even more important. However, in addition to admiring Li Zongjiu's tenacious will and unwavering will even in the face of great temptation, they also paid more attention to Li Zongjiu's strength. This was because if this king of primordial stones was taken away by Li Zongjiu, the Qi family would naturally have a way to get it back. After all, this king of primordial stones would offend the Qi family, which was not worth it. Therefore, as long as they could endure the heat of the moment, they would naturally be able to judge the situation in front of them clearly. However, what surprised them now was Li Zongjiu's strength. Just like that, those guardians were easily dealt with. Logically speaking, it would be considered good if they could hold on for a while. However, Li Zongjiu had actually killed them. Both Limitless Sect and Limitless Dao were dead. According to the explanation of the Qi family disciples, Li Zongjiu had used the Raging Dragon slaying technique to kill the two protectors in 2 moves. In addition to the fact that this weapon was very powerful, his strength was also quite important. In addition, although the Yin Laos escaped, it was actually Li Zongjiu who deliberately let him live. It was all based on his own preferences. Although the Yin Laos escaped with his life, his cultivation was severely damaged by Li Zongjiu. This time, his fate was basically not much different from death. Even if he returned to the Yin Yuan sect, he would naturally not be put in an important position. The Yin Yuan sect would not waste too many resources on the Yin Laos. In order to cure the Yin Laos's injury, it would consume a lot of precious resources. It would be better to nurture another Yin Laos. To be able to make the Yin Laos of the Yin Yuan sect flee in panic, Li Zongjiu's strength had already reached the level of a Yuan monarch. In fact, he was an extremely powerful existence. Chapter 637. Even if Qi Shaohun thought about it over and over again, he might not be a match for Li Zongjiu. It was already very impressive to be able to cripple the Yin Laos. Qi Shaohun had also fought with the Yin Laos before. However, both sides did not use their full strength at that time. It was naturally not a problem to take down the Yin Laos, but they would also have to pay a certain price. In addition, there was no way to achieve this in a short period of time. Therefore, Qi Shaohun had such a conjecture in his heart. However, these things were not urgent to be clear now. At least, their relationship with Li Zongjiu was still good. If they could maintain this friendly relationship, it might not be a bad thing for the Qi family. However, Li Zongjiu has helped us so much. We have to return the favor with a big gift. Qi Shaohun thought in his heart. Not only did they have to maintain a good relationship, but they also had to maintain a better cooperative relationship. I heard that Li Zongjiu's Li Chamber of Commerce has joined the Baihui Chamber of Commerce. We can also take the opportunity to cooperate with them more. Oh, that's amazing. He already has his own Chamber of Commerce. Qi Shaohun did not expect that it was the elder beside him who said this. Otherwise, he would not have paid attention to this aspect. Immediately, Qi Shaohun could not help but become more curious about Li Zongjiu. This guy is really amazing. Although the group had resolved the crisis, they still had to remain vigilant at all times. Now that they had returned to the main road of the city, the danger had lessened by a lot. Although the Yin Yuan sect was arrogant, they only dared to stay outside the city. This time, they rashly broke into the city and took them by surprise. It was quite a risky thing to do. Li Zongjiu went all the way back to his manor. He landed with a whoosh and saw that in the courtyard, Du Lianyi was playing happily with the little girl, Do Ling. Addicted to gambling at such a young age, Li Zongjiu saw the thing in front of Do Ling. Turned out that the two were talking about playing cards. What's wrong? If you're not convinced, you can come and kill me. Do Ling slammed the table with a heroic spirit. She was like a veteran who had fought in the casino for many years. She learned this move from Du Lianyi. Sometimes things like playing cards relied on bluffing. If you succeeded in scaring your opponent, then you had already succeeded more than half of the battle. Li Zongjiu was too lazy to argue with this little girl. I'm busy. After speaking, Li Zongjiu returned to his courtyard. First, he repaired his everlasting extermination array. Then, in the middle of the night, he asked Shadow Fox to help him get some stones. It wasn't until the second half of the night that the array was finally repaired. It was all Do Ling's fault. Wasn't she too violent? She actually destroyed this thing just like that. Who would have thought that a little girl like her would be so violent? Such a precious thing could only be repaired once more. Li Zongjiu spent the entire second half of the night setting up the Yuan inscription array in his hand. The everlasting extermination array was also repaired at this moment. At the same time, Li Zongjiu made the array remember the aura of the few people in the courtyard. This way, the everlasting extermination array wouldn't attack them. Then, Li Zongjiu came in front of Lu Wenshan. At this moment, Lu Wenshan's body was riddled with wounds. His yuan bead was severely damaged, but at least his consciousness had recovered a little. At least, he was able to complete his sentence. What do you want to let me go, Li Zongjiu? Either you kill me or let me go. Lu Wenshan roared at Li Zongjiu in a deep voice. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with anger. It was as if he wanted to swallow Li Zongjiu whole. However, Li Zongjiu acted as if he didn't see it. It's simple. When your sect pays, I'll let you go. Li Zongjiu said as if this was a simple matter. I only asked for 100 upper-grade yuan stones. Your sect isn't even willing to pay. Tell me, what's the point of staying in a sect like this? Li Zongjiu said. At the same time, his face was filled with regret. He didn't expect Lu Wenshan to be in such a miserable state. It was as if his life's efforts were all fed to an ungrateful wretch. When Lu Wenshan heard this, he couldn't accept it. It was just 100 upper-grade yuan stones. It might be difficult for others, but for Spirit Valley Sect, it was just a matter of a sentence. Help me hold it. Just when Lu Wenshan was feeling melancholy, Li Zongjiu stuffed a yuan stone into his mouth. Lu Wenshan thought that Li Zongjiu was going to give him the yuan stone to recover. However, he was pleasantly surprised when he saw some faint lines on the yuan stone. What is this? Come, open your mouth. Lu Wenshan subconsciously opened his mouth. Then, he saw Li Zongjiu shove something into Lu Wenshan's mouth. What did you feed me? This is a yuan stone. Once it leaves White Deer Manor, its energy will disappear. It's the one you're holding. In addition, the primeval stone fragment you just ate has formed a kind of energy connection with this primeval stone. Once it leaves a certain range, or if the energy disappears, then the primeval stone fragment in your body will form a hurricane in your body. As for the consequences, Li Zongjiu said. The corners of his mouth curled up into an extremely evil smile. Who would have thought that there would be such a fun yuan rune array in this world? It could allow 2 yuan rune arrays to affect each other and coexist with each other. If any one of them had a problem, the other would suffer irreparable damage. When a piece of primordial stone shard formed a hurricane in one's body, one could easily imagine the outcome. Even having one's intestines pierced through was a relatively quick death. This shard would slice through one's intestines inch by inch and easily crush one's body. It was precisely such an outcome that just thinking about it gave him a splitting headache. No one dared to try it. How is this possible? How can there be such a vicious thing? Lu Wenshan stared at Li Zongjiu and said, "Oh, I just bought a remnant formation scroll in the black market. After all, I'm worried that I will go out tomorrow. If someone saves you, I will lose out," Li Zongjiu said. Lu Wenshan's eyes were filled with an unprecedented fear. He never imagined that Li Zongjiu would actually have such a method to prevent such a thing from happening. To Lu Wenshan, Li Zongjiu was the devil that would control his life in the future. "Oh right, you better not move because this link is extremely unstable. If you accidentally throw this yuan stone on the ground, it might explode. After all, I just learned it," Li Zongjiu said and patted Lu Wenshan's shoulder. "I'm sorry." Chapter 638. Li Zongjiu left. Leaving behind a frightened Lu Wenshan on the spot, he wished he could strangle Li Zongjiu to death. Such a person could not be allowed to live. Originally, Lu Wenshan was also waiting for his own sect to rescue him. But now, it seemed that Li Zongjiu's method was to prevent Lu Wenshan from taking even half a step out of the White Deer Manor. If he were to leave, he would undoubtedly die. With Li Zongjiu's character, there was nothing he could not do. That day, he had already escaped very far away. Who would have thought that Li Zongjiu would chase after him all the way? Finally, Li Zongjiu caught him on the street. This made Lu Wenshan feel quite embarrassed. At the same time, he could lose his life at any time. This was what Lu Wenshan was worried about. As a person who had the chance to become a sixth-grade alchemist, he was not willing to die like this. After leaving the stable, Li Zongjiu went back to his room to rest for a while. The sky was slightly bright. Du Lianyi woke up from the bed and dressed up carefully. The hatred in her heart for these years finally had a day to vent. Even if Li Zongjiu could not take revenge this time, if she had the chance to see her enemy, she would do it herself. A delicate dagger was polished by Du Lianyi until it was shiny. "Finally, the day has come," Du Lianyi murmured in her heart. Dou Ling studied the gambling cards in her room all night. This thing was really interesting to play. It looked like a simple prop, but it had a myriad of changes. Last night, Dou Ling also tried to use her mental strength to calculate the changes, but when she met an expert like Du Lianyi, she still lost. There was no chance of winning at all. Even if she used her mental strength to cheat, she could not win. This was what made Dou Ling depressed. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door of the manor. Inghu went to open the door. Koan Arashir stood at the door and waited. During this period of learning from Sun Yu, Koan Arashi's temperament had become more restrained. However, as a young talent of Koan Castle and the future hope of the Koan Castle, he had never let go of his dream of becoming famous in the Holy Flame. It wasn't easy for him to attend such an exchange banquet today. He could finally relax a little. They were worried that Li Zongjiu would forget the time, so they specially sent him an invitation. "You are?" Inghu asked with a frown when he saw the young man in front of him. It was Koan Arashi's first time visiting Li Zongjiu's house. "Wow, is this boss's mansion? This courtyard is really small." Lan Shan hadn't even walked in yet, but his face was already filled with disdain. Could it be that this boss didn't earn any money at all? How could he be in such a miserable state? "Young man, who are you looking for?" Inghu said. "Li Zongjiu lives here, right? He's my boss." Koan Arashir said. "Who's your boss? That little brat?" Just as Koan Arashir was speaking, Dou Ling jumped out from the side. Her sudden appearance and disappearance didn't scare Koan Arashir. "Oh my god, when did boss raise a child bride? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm a bodyguard that your boss spent a lot of money to hire." Dou Ling immediately glared at Koan Arashir. He really didn't have any eyesight. What child bride? How could someone like Li Zongjiu afford to raise a child bride like her? Bah, who's a child bride? Dou Ling thought in her heart. Then, she felt that this Koan Arashir in front of her was even more annoying. "Oh, you're here to look for the young master? The young master hasn't woken up yet. You can wait in the courtyard for a while," Inghu said. At the same time, he stepped aside to let Kuan Erasure in. Okay. However, just as Kuan Erasure walked in, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. A terrifying axe fell from the sky directly towards Kuan Arashi's head. The sharp Kuan Erasure could also see that the axe was formed by Yuanli. However, he couldn't withstand such a powerful aura. Most importantly, Yinghu and Dou Ling didn't seem to see it. It was completely aimed at him. Boom! The terrifying force instantly fell to the ground. Kuan Erasure took a step back and dodged the attack. However, the sharp force still hadn't passed. If he wasn't careful, he would have directly handed his head over. What the hell is going on? Even Yinghu and the others were a little surprised. Immediately, Yinghu slapped his own head. Sorry, I forgot. The young master set up an Yuanli array yesterday. You have to take this and you'll be fine. Otherwise, the Yuanli array will automatically attack you, Yinghu said. Just now, Kuan Erasure was so scared that he jumped out. He didn't dare to step into the manor again. Hearing Yinghu's words, Kuan Erasure was shocked. What? Boss even knows about the Yuanli array? This isn't something that humans can learn. In fact, Yinghu also knew a little about the Yuanli array. After all, it was related to mental energy. In addition, Kuan Erasure wanted to develop in many aspects. However, after learning for a while, he gave up because it wasn't something that humans could learn. Even someone like Kuan Erasure couldn't stand it. No wonder only some old guys liked to study the Yuanli array. Moreover, it was very outstanding because it was too boring. Repeating it over and over again, the same thing. Moreover, you still had to sit there all the time. But are you sure that I can walk in with this token? Kuan Erasure asked carefully. Looking at the token that Li Zongjiu personally carved, he felt lucky that he reacted quickly and retreated in time. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would be trapped inside. Besides death, there seemed to be no other way out. Of course. With this thing, the array will recognize you. It's okay, come in. Yinghu pulled Kuan Erasure again and again before he dared to walk in. This time, the situation didn't happen again. If it happened again, Kuan Erasure would probably be traumatized by Li Zongjiu's manner. Hey, you're also a student of Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, right? Dou Ling poked Kuan Arashi's shoulder and said, Don't poke my shoulder. I'm a student of Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Kuan Erasure said. Then do you want to play cards? Dou Ling suddenly said excitedly. Damn, what does it have to do with whether I'm a student of Heavenly Star Medicine Manor or not? That's not right, little junior brother. Your senior sister is asking you to play cards. How can you refuse? Come, we don't have to pay. Dou Ling had been studying for the whole night and was worried that she didn't have a partner to play cards with. No. Why are you my senior sister? Who are you? Kuan Erasure didn't know Dou Ling in front of him. Although Dou Ling was very good-looking, she wasn't Kuan Arashi's type. He also couldn't directly touch her like this. However, Kuan Erasure couldn't win against Dou Ling. In the end, the two of them and the wolf played cards in the courtyard for the whole afternoon. Kuan Erasure was really surprised that this wolf knew how to play card. Anything that had something to do with Li Zongjiu was basically abnormal. Chapter 639. In the afternoon, Li Zongjiu came out of his room. He discovered that the group of people were sitting obediently in front of Duliani, listening to her teaching the card-playing techniques in her hands. Some things were not only useful with intelligence, but also required a certain amount of experience. Not only Dou Ling but Yinghu, Kuan Erasure, and the Howling Moon Wolf King were all seriously listening to what Duliani was teaching. You bunch of people who don't want to make progress. Li Zongjiu wanted to give each of them a slap. This group of people was really too much. Cough cough, boss, it's this stinky girl who dragged me here to listen. It's mainly because Teacher Du's teaching is too good. Kuan Erasure suddenly stood up and said. At the same time, he pushed all the blame to Dou Ling. When Do Ling heard Kun Arashi's shameless words, she was flustered and exasperated as she took a big step forward. "You brat, how dare you slander me?" As she said that, she swung her hand with all her might. With a bang, Kun Arashir was forcefully smashed to the ground, causing Kun Arashir to be unable to react. Did this guy have to be so terrifying? The Howling Moon Wolf King turned his head away as if nothing had happened, as if he couldn't bear to watch this scene. With this small body of Kun Arashir, he actually dared to challenge Do Ling. This was simply a sign that he hadn't lived long enough. Li Zongjiu didn't stop these people from fooling around. After Kun Arashir stood up, he really wanted to fight to the death with Do Ling. However, thinking that he was a well-mannered and educated person, even if he won against this woman, it didn't mean that he was powerful. Instead, he might be cursed for bullying women. Thus, Kun Arashir rolled up his sleeves again. The main thing was that he was worried that he couldn't win. Kun Arashir thought in his heart. For the time being, he swallowed this anger. He didn't expect that this little girl, who looked weak and petite, didn't even have time to react when she attacked. Just from this point alone, Kun Arashir knew that he was definitely not a match for the person in front of him. Is the evening conference about to start? Why is it only you? Where's that Shui Yu girl? Li Zongjiu still remembered Shui Yu. She was the girl who said that she wanted to gather 1 billion purple yuan and then seek treatment from Li Zongjiu. Wasn't she with Kun Arashir all day long? Why was there only Kun Arashir? That girl said that this banquet is boring and won't go. Moreover, the main thing is that she doesn't have a quota. The Heavenly Time Medicine Manor only gave 2 quotas to the disciples below. In the end, it fell to Kun Arashir and Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's quota was already decided internally, but Kun Arashi's quota was won by Sun Yu. After all, Sun Yu's seniority as a teacher was enough to have a say among these alchemists. What quota? Li Zongjiu asked. The quota to go to the Myriad Tea Manor. This place isn't a place that can be entered casually. Without an invitation, it is said that even a fly can't fly in. After saying that, Kun Arashir took out the invitation in his hand. The words, Myriad Tea Manor, were carved on it. What kind of place is this Myriad Tea Manor? Li Zongjiu had never heard of any 10,000 tea mountain villa. Was a tea seller so arrogant? Then what would happen to the world? Wouldn't it be better to give it to these people to make decisions and listen to them? You don't even know about the Myriad Tea Manor? Do Ling looked at Li Zongjiu in surprise. It was as though she had seen a country bumpkin with black clothes entering the city. You know about it? Li Zongjiu looked over. Do Ling shook her head naturally. This room is full of top-notch goods. Kun Arashir shook his head helplessly. However, when he was about to explain, he realized that he didn't know much. This. Actually, I'm not too sure. Everyone immediately gave Kun Arashir the middle finger. You little brat, you can pretend to be a fool here. How dare you do this on purpose? You don't even know what's going on, yet you're still fooling around here. Anyway, that's what they all say. However, I know that the owner of this Myriad Tea Manor is surnamed Zhuang. Even if his surname is Bai, it's none of my business. Li Zongjiu said directly. The girls shook their heads as though they didn't understand the meaning behind Li Zongjiu's words. However, Kun Arashir burst into laughter when he heard it. He was indeed worthy of being his boss. His seemingly simple words were filled with a thick flavor. Young master, if it's inconvenient, I'll wait outside. Although Du Lianyi didn't know much about the Myriad Tea Manor, she could tell from her intuition that it wasn't a simple place. If he were to offend someone or something inside, wouldn't that be adding unnecessary trouble to him? Don't give me that. I said I'll bring you in. There's no room for discussion. Li Zongjiu said. Boss, what's going on? Kun Arashir looked curiously at the duo in front of him. She's Du Lianyi. I recruited her. Her husband was killed. I'll avenge her tonight. What? Someone dares to do this to teacher Du? Dou Ling suddenly slammed the table and stood up. She couldn't wait to rush out and fight with them. Teacher Du, don't worry. I'll definitely help you. If your young master can't handle it, I'll help you deal with that bastard. Dou Ling took good care of Du Lianyi. Since Du Lianyi had encountered such a situation, she naturally couldn't let it go. He had to stand up for Du Lianyi. Kun Erasure looked at the agitated Dou Ling and felt a headache coming. This girl clearly wanted to join in the fun. If it was only one person, he could communicate with them and they might be able to go in. Now that there were two people, it would be troublesome. Coincidentally, Kun Erasure was also a person who wasn't afraid of trouble. Okay, let's go. I'll call another carriage. Otherwise, it'll be a bit of a journey. After saying that, Kun Erasure also walked out. Du Lianyi's heart was suddenly touched. In the past, when people heard who her enemy was, they were immediately scared and flew away. They hated that they didn't know her. Even the 9th prince just wanted to use Du Lianyi. He didn't want to avenge Du Lianyi at all. Then let's go. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. The two girls rode in a carriage. In addition, Li Zongjiu and Kun Erasure also rode in the same carriage. Let's go to T Villa, Kun Erasure said to the coachman. Jia. Chapter 640. Inside the carriage, Li Zongjiu first listened to Kun Arashi's ridicule of Sun Yu. The things that he had experienced during this period of time made Kun Erasure almost go crazy. How could there be such a boring thing? All day long, he used different weights and quantities of medicinal herbs and carried out the same kind of experiment to see the final effect of these medicinal herbs. Also, he stared at the changes of a medicinal herb for 7 or 8 days in a row. It had to be said that if such a thing was done, it would indeed make people crazy. However, because Li Zongjiu had mentioned it before, Kun Erasure also persevered in such an experimental environment. Come, I'll ask you a few questions. Li Zongjiu then asked a few questions casually. For a level 5 alchemist, these were somewhat difficult and unpopular knowledge. However, Kun Erasure was able to answer them without hesitation. For these questions, even Kun Erasure himself did not realize that these were some of the more advanced questions. To be able to answer them so easily already proved that Kun Arashi's level had improved a lot imperceptibly. Although what you are learning now is boring, in fact, this is the most basic process of exploration. If you can master these basic things, then you will be able to find the rules and solve any problems with medicinal herbs in the future. Li Zongjiu said. His attitude was like that of an experienced person. This made Kun Erasure feel extremely surprised. He could not help but applaud his boss's pretentious demeanor. Boss, did you also go through this in the past? Kun Erasure asked curiously. Otherwise, how could Li Zongjiu be so clear about it? No, I can understand these basic things as soon as I see them. I've never experienced what you've experienced before. Li Zongjiu said. Kun Erasure almost vomited blood. Li Zongjiu's words were really too hurtful. Even if you know that you are talented, you don't have to be so direct. Can't you be a little more reserved? The carriage sped along at high speed. After traveling for about 4 hours, they finally arrived at the foot of the legendary 10,000 T Villa. Li Zongjiu also took the time to review the White God Fu. With the strength of the White God Fu, Li Zongjiu's mental strength gradually recovered the feeling of his previous life. There was no need to worry about his own Yuan Qi. At least before entering the Yuan Emperor realm, he could rely on the elixirs and primordial stones in his hands to maintain it. However, if he wanted to break through the Yuan Emperor realm, then he must use the place where the spiritual qi between heaven and earth gathered. The reason why Li Zong's rapid breakthroughs during this period of time. In fact, it was also to prepare for the explosion that was about to happen soon. In his previous life, due to his weak strength, there were many treasures that appeared in the early stages. He didn't even dare to get close to them. He could easily intercept and kill you from a few miles away. there would be a relic that would appear soon. If Li Zongjiu remembered correctly, there would be a treasure in the relic. In his previous life, it was precisely because someone took the risk and took the treasure away. Moreover, he escaped under the eyes of many experts. Decades later, with the treasure in his hands, he directly became a first-class force in the mainland. No one would have thought that a mere treasure could have such great power. It was really unbelievable. Therefore, if Li Zongjiu wanted to build a strong future for his Li family, then he must get his hands on this treasure. Therefore, increasing his strength was also an extremely crucial point. The four of them got down from the carriage and looked up at the mountain in front of them. It seemed to be full of flowers and plants, and there were also rows of imperial guards standing on both sides. These are the imperial guards in the palace. If even the imperial guards are responsible for guarding the place, then this place must be extraordinary. Koan Erasher said. Just as they were speaking, they coincidentally saw an incomparably noble carriage slowly approaching them from behind. A person also jumped down from the carriage. It was Zhao Jingxian of the Zhao family. After Zhao Jingxian got down from the carriage, he naturally saw Li Zongjiu in front of him and hurriedly greeted him. However, Zhao Jingxian suddenly thought of something amidst his excitement. It seemed that every time he met Li Zongjiu, nothing good happened. Would it be the same this time? Immediately, a trace of vigilance rose in Zhao Jingshuan's heart. He must pay attention to Li Zongjiu. If he was not careful, he would do something earth-shattering. Therefore, Zhao Jingxian was also thinking about whether he should find a chance to get past these people in front of him. However, on second thought, this was the 10,000 T villa. He believed that Li Zongjiu and the others would not dare to act rashly. Moreover, Li Zongjiu was still alive after experiencing so many storms. He must have something extraordinary about him. Zhao Jingshuan's heart was filled with admiration. Isn't this brotherly? Long time no see, long time no see. Zhao Jingxian immediately laughed and greeted Li Zongjiu. Of course, there was also Koan Erasher and the two women. Although Zhao Jingxian was usually a playboy, he still knew how to behave in such an occasion. Moreover, these women were brought by Li Zongjiu, so he did not dare to act rashly. However, when he saw Dou Ling, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. It was not that he was attracted by Dou Ling-er's temperament, but he felt that Dou Ling-er looked a little familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Why aren't you guys going in? The banquet is about to start. Then let's go. Li Zongjiu also waved his hand and walked forward. Then, Zhao Jingxian glanced at Du Liani in confusion. He was a little puzzled as to why Du Liani would appear here. From her dressing, it was obvious that Du Liani was not an alchemist. Although Zhao Jingshuan's alchemy level was not enough to participate in this banquet. However, one of his family's elders was invited by the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Therefore, Zhao Jingxian took advantage of it and had the opportunity to get an invitation card. Please show me your invitation cards. When the few of them arrived at the entrance, two tall imperial guards with grave and stern faces stopped the five of them. However, the attitude of the imperial guards was still quite respectful. After all, the people who came to the Myriad Tea Villa tonight were either rich or noble. Some of them were even alchemists with unfathomable powers. They were not people that the soldiers could afford to offend. Then, the few of them handed over their invitation cards in succession. Koan Erasher handed over Li Zongjiu's invitation card. In his heart, he was thinking about what to do with Dou Ling-er and Du Liani. However, he saw that Du Liani and Dou Ling also handed over their invitation cards. Oh, so they have already received their invitation cards. Dou Ling-er and Du Liani looked at each other. In Dou Ling-er's eyes, there was obviously a playful and cunning expression. Please. The imperial guards returned the invitation cards to the few of them and turned around to let them pass. When Zhao Jingxian saw this scene, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Li Zongjiu's position today was still relatively well behaved. In the past, he would often cause a ruckus at the first stage. He was simply capable of causing any trouble. This made Zhao Jingxian extremely worried. Du Lianyi and Dou Ling also heaved a sigh of relief. They did not expect Ing Hu's methods to be so brilliant. He could even deceive the imperial guards. In this world, was there any place that Ing Hu couldn't go? Zhao Jingxian, do you know what kind of place this myriad tea villa is? It seems to be very high-end. Kuan Erashur asked as he walked. The few of them did not know, but Zhao Jingxian should know since he had lived in the sacred flame royal city for so long. Chapter 641. You guys still don't know what kind of place this 10,000 tea villa is? This time, it was Zhao Jingxuan's turn to be shocked. They had not even heard of the 10,000 tea villa. How could these people survive under the emperor's rule? Is it very powerful? Li Zongjiu said with disdain. It's all right. This 10,000 tea villa used to be called Crouching Dragon Villa. It has existed since the establishment of the Xingyan dynasty. The ancestors who established the foundation also settled down here and cultivated quietly. Hence, this place was called Crouching Dragon Villa. However, this name was not suitable and was changed to 10,000 tea villa. The current owner of this 10,000 tea villa is a descendant of the ancestors who established the Xingyan dynasty. However, they no longer mention these names. The current owner of this villa is surnamed Zhuang. His name is Zhuang Ying. The few of them spoke as they walked. With Zhao Jingxuan's explanation, they seemed to have understood the origin of this 10,000 tea villa. This guy must like to gamble, Li Zongjiu said. He was actually called Zhuang Ying. This name was really interesting. From what Zhao Jingxian said, it seemed that the 10,000 tea villa was a place to settle down. The great heroes who established the country in the past not only did not have an equal share of the country, they were also trapped in this villa. Their descendants were also imprisoned in this villa. Those who did not know would think that these people were extremely loyal. Even if they established the country, they would still protect it. However, in reality, they were just puppets of the imperial family. They were objects that were controlled by the imperial family. They were not allowed to leave at all. Even now, many people had already forgotten their contributions. They only remembered that the original Emperor Xingyan was the one who established the country and became the emperor of the Xingyan dynasty. However, the descendants of these great heroes were able to live until now because the Holy Flame imperial family wanted to pretend to be benevolent. Secondly, these people had been following the rules for many years and did not dare to cross the line. That was why they were able to live until now. The outside world did not know what they had experienced. This was because this used to be the Crouching Dragon Mountain Villa. It was one of the forbidden grounds of the royal family. Normal people would not have the chance to come to this mountain without an invitation. Don't underestimate the tea leaves on the roadside. These tea leaves are all valuable varieties. Now, in the 10,000 tea mountain manor, there are 3 of the top 10 types of tea leaves in the continent. One of them is the soul seedling. Zhao Jingxian said in a serious tone. As if this was something to be proud of. It was as if he had planted the tea leaves himself. What's the use of that? Wouldn't it be burned to ashes the same way? Dou Ling said nonchalantly, but her eyes began to wander. Since this was the only seedling, maybe she could take it away. At that time, it would become very valuable. However, Dou Ling didn't voice her thoughts out loud. Shoo shoo shoo. You can't say such things carelessly. If the imperial guards heard it, they would invite you to tea. Zhao Jingxian was a business family after all. A group of businessmen naturally couldn't say such things. If that was the case, Zhao Jingxian would have been imprisoned long ago. He had to be well-behaved, especially in this dynasty. He had to be clean. Otherwise, even the slightest thing could send him to hell. Zhao Jingxian naturally couldn't avoid such an outcome. Oh right, I haven't introduced these two yet. I'm Dou Ling. This is my teacher, Teacher Du, Dou Ling introduced herself very generously. Since she could walk together with Li Zongjiu, she more or less received Li Zongjiu's recognition. When Li Zongjiu made friends, he never looked at how strong the other party was. No matter what, they wouldn't be stronger than Li Zongjiu. Therefore, Dou Ling didn't look down on Zhao Jingxian because of his strength. Hello, teacher Dou Ling this name sounds familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. When Zhao Jingxian heard this name, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. When this chill hit his heart, Zhao Jingxian also felt a chill in his heart. Perhaps Zhao Jingxian didn't know this name before, but at least he must have heard of some things related to this name. Wait. A figure flashed in Zhao Jingxuan's mind like a flash of lightning. If he remembered correctly, the person represented by this name was definitely not simple. Your Heavenly Star Medicine Manners Alchemist ranking. The one ranked first, Zhao Jingxian looked at Dou Ling in shock. Although this Dou Ling's name sounded strange and didn't look like a very powerful person, she was actually the legendary #1 alchemist. What? So powerful? Kuan Erasure was also very surprised. Looking at Dou Ling he never thought that this Dou Ling was actually such a powerful person. This was the alchemist ranking. Up till now, Lan Kuan still wasn't ranked on the alchemist ranking. However, Li Zongjiu's name was already in front of Murong Jian's. Low profile, low profile. Dou Ling actually looked a little embarrassed as she waved her hand. It was as if she was extremely embarrassed by everyone's reverence. This wave of her hand was also a signal for everyone to remain calm and not let their emotions get to their heads. However, how could they not be surprised? Zhao Jingxian really admired this Li Zongjiu. What kind of monsters were following around him? One must know that this legendary #1 alchemist had never shown his face in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Only a few people had seen him a few times in the Genius Pavilion. However, they only knew about it in hindsight and didn't even know Dou Ling's identity. Is the #1 alchemist ranking very powerful? Li Zongjiu walked in front and said indifferently, directly pouring a bucket of cold water. Dou Ling was originally enjoying the admiring gazes of everyone, but suddenly, her smile stiffened. She couldn't wait to rush up and fight with Li Zongjiu. How dare you look down on me? However, after thinking about it, she had already lost to Li Zongjiu in the competition at the Genius Pavilion. There was nothing she could say about that. Indeed, this #1 alchemist ranking was already unworthy of its name. If she was really powerful, she wouldn't have lost in the competition at the Genius Pavilion and could only walk behind Li Zongjiu now. This really made Dou Ling and herself unable to vent their anger. In the end, she could only swallow this anger. Zhao Jingxian and the others behind were even more shocked. This dignified #1 alchemist ranking, Dou Ling facing the cold water poured by Li Zongjiu, did not even have the slightest bit of resistance. She was as obedient as a little lamb. This really opened Zhao Jingxuan's eyes. We're here. This is the place. Chapter 642. A small garden appeared in front of them. The terrain was vast, and there were already dozens of long tables. On the tables there were countless delicacies. Looking at it from the beginning to the end, one could not help but drool. The sky was still bright, and some of the main dishes had yet to be served. There were already many people who had arrived in advance. On both sides there were beautiful maids guiding them. At the same time, they could also voice out their requests. These maids were also displaying their postures. This was a great opportunity. The people who came to this place were definitely the upper echelons of the city. If they were fancied by any of the young masters, they would be taken in as a concubine. Then, they would not have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Distinguished guests, please come in. The banquet has not started yet. You can find a place to rest or walk around the tea garden. If you need anything, you can find us at any time. Two maids came forward to welcome them. One of them recognized Zhao Jingxian, and her eyes lit up. This was the young master of the Zhao family, one of the four great families. It was said that Zhao Jingxian and Zhao Jingxian were on a roll recently. They had done a few big things in a row. Yes, do you know where Xiao Tiance is? Xiao Tiance? When these maids heard this, they were puzzled. Why are you looking for him? A voice came from behind them. Li Zongjiu also turned around. Zhao Jingxian listened to Li Zongjiu's words. Every time this happened, it was a bad omen. It seemed like something terrible would happen soon. I met a few friends over there. I'll go greet them. You guys continue chatting. After saying that, Zhao Jingxian slipped away like a wisp of smoke. The person who came was a well-dressed young lady. She was holding a stack of documents in her hands. She seemed to be very busy. However, when she passed by and heard Zhao Jingshuan's words, she stopped in her tracks. He owes me money. I'm here to collect my debt. Li Zongjiu said. You must be Li Zongjiu. Su Sha took a small step forward and looked at Li Zongjiu. He didn't have the legendary 3 heads and 6 arms. How could he be so powerful? If such a guy was thrown into the crowd, he wouldn't attract the slightest bit of attention. I am, Li Zongjiu said. There was nothing wrong with admitting his name. However, as for the girl in front of him, Li Zongjiu didn't seem to have much impression of her. In his impression, he didn't know Su Sha. My name is Su Sha, Heavenly Pill Pavilion's executioner. You should know my grandfather, Su Hong. Su Sha stepped forward and shook hands with Li Zongjiu. So it's Elder Su Hong's granddaughter. Li Zongjiu thought highly of Su Hong. After all, he was fair and just. Furthermore, he stood on Li Zongjiu's side. There was nothing much to say. He was one of them. Deputy Commander Xiao Tiance should be patrolling at the halfway point of the mountain. Today is the grand event of the alchemy world. With Deputy Commander Xiao Tiance in charge of security, there shouldn't be any problems. He should be quite busy now. You can look for him after it's over. Halfway up the mountain, right? It's fine. I'm not busy. Li Zongjiu's mental energy instantly locked onto a figure in the vast 10,000 T villa. This figure was Xiao Tiance. At this moment, what Xiao Tiance was doing made Li Zongjiu sneer. It seems that this very busy deputy commander you mentioned is really quite busy. Hearing that Li Zongjiu's tone seemed to have taken a turn for the worse, Su Sha blinked her eyes curiously. What did Li Zongjiu mean? What's wrong? You'll know when you come, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Then, he leaped and quickly headed towards the halfway point of the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, beside a narrow and secluded road, a few armored imperial guards were standing guard at the side. They seemed to be on guard against something. From time to time, a woman's exclamation could be heard from a bush not far away. Why don't you shout? The louder you shout, the more excited I will be. A bare-chested man, who looked to be in his 30s, was rubbing his palms as he slowly walked towards a woman in front of him. This woman was only a maid working in the 10,000 T villa. However, the Imperial Guards suddenly captured her and brought her here. They said that they were conducting a security check, but they directly brought her to the man in front of her, who claimed to be the deputy commander. You can't do this. I'm the Villa Master's personal maid. If you do this, the Villa Master will not let you off, the maid said in a panic. The man in front of her was obviously plotting something, and from the looks of it, it seemed like it liked some special taste. I know. You're called Little Butterfly, right? I've been eyeing you for a long time. Don't obey me obediently. I'm the kind of person who likes to resist. Xiao Tiance laughed crazily. He had a morbid liking for the struggling state of the person in front of him. He liked such a scene. When he was in the Imperial Palace, as the deputy commander of the Right Army, he had to guard all the tracks in the Imperial City. Recently, the Right Army commander was being selected. Therefore, Xiao Tiance had been very obedient these days. He had not had sex for a long time. Now, he had heard that Little Butterfly of the 10,000 T villa was charming and gentle. She was good at serving people. Now, Xiao Tiance could not care so much. He still had enough time to enjoy himself before the banquet started. Even though Xiao Dai was extremely unwilling, she did not have the slightest ability to retaliate in the face of Xiao Tiance. Even if Xiao Tiance did not feel comfortable serving her, she might just kill him. If that was the case, they might just kill her directly, and no one would come to redress her grievances in the future. A trace of despair appeared in Xiao Dai's eyes. Perhaps there was still a way to survive if she submitted to the person in front of her. Just as these little butterflies looked at the sky helplessly, the blue of the blue sky seemed to make them yearn for it. What an ironic color this was! The clear sky was no longer there, because darkness had arrived. However, wherever little butterflies gazed past, she vaguely saw a figure appear on the large rock in front of her. Tisk, tsk, tsk. I've said that he's a beast. Li Zongjiu leaned out and said, "Let me see. Ah, bah, this shameless beast is actually naked." Dou Ling took a glance and immediately covered her eyes. It was as if she had seen the ugliest thing in the world. "How dare you show off with this little capital?" Koan Erasher said with disdain. "This? How could this be?" Su Sha held the documents in her hands and peeked out from the boulder. She discovered that the man and woman were having an affair in the small forest under the boulder. Not only did they know what was going on, but it was also obvious that they were not doing it willingly. She looked at the man's appearance. Wasn't he Deputy Commander Xiao Tiance? Just half an hour ago, she and Xiao Tiance had confirmed some hidden dangers. At that time, she thought that Xiao Tiance was a promising young man who could at least take into account all kinds of situations under such circumstances. But looking at it now, he was simply a beast dressed in human clothing. Xiao Tiance was also a little puzzled. How could he still hear people talking? When he looked up, he happened to see a few faces looking at him with extreme disdain. "It's okay. You continue. We're just watching," Koan Erasher said with a smile. Chapter 643. Who are you? How dare you ruin my plans? Xiao Tiance was enraged when he saw the people in front of him. "Where are the guards?" "There's no need to shout. They're all down. What do you expect from them?" Koan Erasher said slowly and jumped down from the big rock. Su Sha also jumped down and landed one after another. When Xiao Tiance saw that Su Sha was among them, his eyes turned cold. "Miss Su, what do you mean by this? Let's mind our own business." In Xiao Tiance's opinion, Su Sha had deliberately brought people to mess with him. Otherwise, how could others dare to be enemies with him? This was simply impossible. Who didn't know his name, Xiao Tiance? It didn't matter if today's matter was exposed. It would be suppressed sooner or later. She was just a little maid. What could she do? "I just dropped by to take a look. It has nothing to do with me now." Su Sha waved her hand and said. Her eyes gradually became cold and indifferent. As a woman who strived for independence, she also hated this kind of behavior. Originally, when Koan Erasher and the others dealt with the Imperial Guards, Su Sha wanted to stop them. However, when she saw this scene, she couldn't wait to turn around and kick those Imperial Guards. "How dare you? Su Sha, as a deacon of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, you dare to collude with outsiders to frame this commander." Xiao Tiance was also quickly thinking of countermeasures. Soon, he figured out the situation and killed all the people in front of him. Then, he killed the maid. This was easy to explain. Although it would be more troublesome to explain it to Su Hong, there was no evidence to back it up. "Miss, don't be afraid." Lan Kuan casually took out an alchemist robe from his storage ring and draped it over Miss Xiao Dai's body. Even now, Xiao Dai was still in a state of shock. If Li Zongjiu and the rest had not appeared today, her fate would definitely be extremely miserable. "Thank you. Thank you," Xiao Dai was sobbing. Seeing Miss Lil Dai's situation, Su Sha and Dou Ling were so furious that their lungs were about to explode. "Shoo shoo shoo. Aren't you afraid of attracting the guards? I have a friend who wants to talk to you about something. Once we clear things up, we won't pursue what happened today. What do you think? Li Zongjiu said. As Li Zongjiu's strength increased, he gradually became more mischievous. Xiao Tian's strong muscles were not afraid at all. It would not take long for him to deal with these kids. What was there to be afraid of? Oh? I'd like to see what kind of friend you are. You're actually so resourceful as to bring people to deal with me. Xiao Tian sneered. As Li Zongjiu and the others looked over, Du Lianyi also walked out step by step. Du Lianyi had been waiting by the side for a long time. At this moment, even Du Lianyi herself had yet to react when facing her enemy. Was she really going to face her enemy directly like this? He even had the feeling that he was dreaming. When she heard Li Zongjiu's words, Du Lianyi finally prepared herself and walked out step by step. It was the person in front of her who killed her husband on their wedding night, changed her life, and brought her countless hardship. The Pan family was even more cowardly. After receiving some benefits, they directly stopped pursuing the matter. The Pan family's cowardice also led to Xiao Tian's insolence. Now that nearly 10 years had passed, Xiao Tian seemed to be unable to recognize the person in front of him in the face of his enemy. He even felt that the woman in front of him was quite familiar. Who are you? Xiao Tian was a little puzzled. He just wanted to relax today, but he encountered such a weirdo. He couldn't help but feel depressed. Du Lianyi in front of him had an impressive figure and a beautiful face, but she was no longer the type that Xiao Tian liked. From the beginning, Xiao Tian liked the more innocent type of girls. Now that he saw Du Lianyi, he felt that she was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember who the person in front of him was. I'm afraid you've forgotten me, but I won't forget you. My husband is a member of the Pan family. Du Lianyi said coldly. Her body even trembled slightly, and there was a trace of madness in her eyes. So many years of suffocation, so many years of forbearance, so that she could see the person in front of her and kill him with her own hand. After Su Sha heard this, she finally understood what had happened. It turned out that it was the hatred from more than 10 years ago. It was natural for her to take revenge now. Although Su Sha, as the deacon in charge of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, should prevent such a thing from happening, she should send the matter to the judgment hall to be judged. However, looking at Li Zongjiu's style and the existence of this legendary figure in front of her, Su Sha wanted to see what exactly Li Zongjiu would do if he was here. Was Li Zongjiu worthy of such a legendary title? It's you. So it's you. TSK, 10 years have passed. You're not bad, but unfortunately, you're no longer the type that I like. As for you two little girls, if you can stay and accompany me, I can consider letting you go today. Xiao Tian actually pointed at Su Sha and Dou Ling recklessly. Dou Ling sneered coldly. Su Sha had never imagined that Xiao Tian would actually be interested in such things. Moreover, he had even said such words so blatantly. Su Sha's face instantly revealed a trace of anger. Just such offensive words alone were enough for Su Sha to list him on the death penalty list. There's no need to say any more. No one can save this idiot today. Dou Ling raised her hand and was already prepared to attack. However, at this moment, a few extremely sharp auras suddenly swept across the sky. Boom! Boom! Not good. It's this fellow's reinforcements. Koan Arashur waved his hand, and a long spear appeared in his hand. It was the Koan wing spear. As the long spear vibrated, the terrifying aura that it emitted caused Su Sha's eyes to widen. More than 10 figures of the Imperial Guards swept across the sky. Based on the aura of these people, they were clearly the elites of the Imperial Guards. All of them were Origin Ancestor level experts. Koan Arashur rushed towards these people, and the long spear in his hand vibrated. Dou Ling also rushed towards Xiao Tian. When he saw Dou Ling rushing towards him, the corners of Xiao Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Water prison bead. Xiao Tian immediately threw out a water prison bead in his hand. Boom! The bead immediately released a wave of water vapor, and instantly trapped Dou Ling within it. What the hell? Dou Ling frowned when she sensed the power of the water prison around her. But at this moment, Xiao Tian's figure also rushed towards Su Sha at lightning speed. Among these people, it was obvious that Su Sha was the weakest. After taking Su Sha hostage and stabilizing the situation, he would then deal with these brats properly. The Imperial Guards were the last line of defense of the palace. How could their means be simple? Su Sha was shocked when she saw Xiao Tian's rushing towards her. The aura on Xiao Tian's body was like a ferocious tiger that had been released from its cage. It instantly locked onto Su Sha, causing her to be unable to move and at a loss. Just as Su Sha was panicking, suddenly she saw a figure appear beside Xiao Tian's. Under Xiao Tian's shocked gaze, he raised his fist and directly hammered Xiao Tian's face. Bang! Chapter 644. Xiao Tianche directly spat out 5 teeth, and his body crashed into a stone beside him with a loud bang. Blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth, which also made Xiao Tianche quite surprised. Su Sha also felt a flash in front of her. Originally, Xiao Tianche was about to catch her, but at this time, Li Zongjiu directly hit Xiao Tianche and sent him flying. There wasn't the slightest bit of fancy movement in this punch. Li Zongjiu punched Xiao Tian's so casually and directly. It looked like Xiao Tian's was the one who had bumped into Li Zongjiu's fist. Xiao Tian's fell to the ground with his mouth full of blood. His head was still buzzing. Eat this good thing. Li Zongjiu directly stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Tianche. With a flick of his finger, he stuffed a pill into Xiao Tianche's mouth. Xiao Tianche naturally did not eat it. When he was about to spit it out, Li Zongjiu punched him in the nose. As blood flowed out, he directly swallowed the pill. Then, Xiao Tianche lay on the ground like a dead dog, unable to move at all. Li Zongjiu kicked Xiao Tianche in front of Dou Ling. I gave him a bone-softening pill. He can't move now, but he will remember every bit of pain clearly. Li Zongjiu said lightly. Of course, Xiao Tian's heard it clearly. His eyes suddenly widened, and his mouth was moaning, trying to say something, but he did not have any strength to make any sound from his throat. Dou Ling took out the dagger in her hand and walked step by step towards Xiao Tianche on the ground. You send her back. There's nothing for you to do here. Li Zongjiu said to Su Sha. The next scene would definitely be very cruel. Although Li Zongjiu himself could be considered crazy, he couldn't let these children see such a horrible thing, right? Xiao Dai was not a fool. When she heard Li Zongjiu's words, she immediately knelt before Li Zongjiu. Sir, please spare my life. Little Butterfly will definitely keep this matter a secret. Please have mercy on me, sir. If something happened to Xiao Tian's, Xiao Dai, as the witness today, also saw the faces of Li Zongjiu and the others. How could Li Zongjiu and the others easily let Xiao Dai go? Therefore, from what Xiao Dai heard, Li Zongjiu did this because he wanted Su Sha to deal with her. You don't have to be nervous. I, Li Zongjiu, don't need to kill people to silence them. Li Zongjiu looked at Xiao Dai and said, then pointed at Su Sha. This is a person from Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Follow her and leave this place. Su Sha looked at Li Zongjiu. At this moment, she could be considered to be in close contact with Li Zongjiu's aura. It was definitely not the action of an ordinary person. Although killing people was not a glorious thing, Li Zongjiu had always done these things openly. He did not hide it at all. Even if you know, what can you do? If Li Zongjiu wanted to silence them, then Su Sha would also be killed. The surrounding movements seemed to have attracted more Imperial Guards. If they didn't leave now, it would be too late. My name is Su Sha. Su Sha had already seen that Li Zongjiu didn't remember her name at all. She immediately snorted with dissatisfaction. Xiao Dai was somewhat at a loss. The situation in front of her seemed a bit strange, but Li Zongjiu indeed gave off a different feeling from others. Go quickly. Li Zongjiu turned around and looked at Kuan Erisher, who was fighting 15 Imperial Guards alone. Next was Dou Ling who had just broken the water prison. Damn it! Dou Ling seemed to have used an extremely sharp dagger to break the water prison in front of her. Su Sha brought Xiao Dai and left through another path. This Li Zongjiu is really daring. I hope he doesn't kill Xiao Tian's. Although Su Sha was very unhappy with Xiao Tian's identity wasn't simple. He was the son of the commander of the Imperial Guard. If his father, who was the commander, started to investigate this matter, it would definitely cause an uproar in the city. Killing an Imperial Guard was basically a provocation to the Imperial Guard. How could they continue to let these people get away with it? Whether it was for public or private reasons, they would use the most unyielding and iron-blooded methods to investigate this matter. Li Zongjiu had directly poked a big hornet's nest this time. I'm going to kill that guy. Dou Ling aggressively walked in front of Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu also pointed at the direction where Du Lianyi was torturing Xiao Tian's. When Dou Ling saw the bright red color, she immediately turned around and covered her eyes. I can't look. It's blood. I can't see blood. Fortunately, Dou Ling covered her eyes in time. Otherwise, she really didn't know what would happen. Li Zongjiu raised his head to take a look. Lan Kuan was engaged in a fierce battle with 15 Imperial Guards and was unable to hold on for a long time. Li Zongjiu immediately waved his hand and a cold light flew out from his hand. Whoosh! The cold light swept past. Chi chi chi! The throwing knife easily penetrated the heads of the 15 Imperial Guard. Lan Kuan could only watch helplessly as these lively people lost their vitality in an instant. Their entire bodies fell from the sky. Bang! Kuan Erasure also fell back to the ground. At this moment, the throwing knife just happened to fly back to Li Zongjiu's hand. My God, you're really awesome! Kuan Erasure gave a thumbs up. He had fought bitterly for so long, but he was still unable to take down Lan Kuan. The main reason was that the formations of the Imperial Guards had a certain degree of restraining the enemy, which hindered Lan Kuan's progress. It was difficult for him to display his true strength. In addition, he didn't dare to make a big scene. At this banquet, naturally, many experts would come in person. Maybe someone would see it. My God, it's really cruel. When Kuan Erasure saw Xiao Tian's miserable state, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. This time, Du Lianyi really killed her enemy with her own hands. After torturing him for a while, Du Lianyi finally ended Xiao Tian's life with her own knife. Until now, Du Lianyi felt empty. Revenge didn't bring her happiness, but a kind of relief. Finally, she was free from the whirlpool of pain. Du Lianyi, thank you, young master, for helping me take revenge. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for this matter alone. I won't implicate you or anyone else. Du Lianyi also thought clearly that someone must be responsible for Xiao Tian's death. It was easy to kill Xiao Tian's, but Xiao Tian's father was the Imperial Guard commander. This was not something that could be dealt with casually. In the future, there would be endless pursuit. This is called revenge? Li Zongjiu looked at Du Lianyi indifferently. Even Du Lianyi herself was puzzled. Her enemy was already dead, and there were no other enemies left. Was this revenge or not? He killed your husband, and you killed his whole family. This is called revenge. Cut off his head. Tonight, I'll send it to his father and let his family reunite. Chapter 645. Li Zongjiu spoke in a relaxed manner, but Du Lianyi and the others were still listening to him. It was inconceivable. Looking at Li Zongjiu, Du Lianyi's expression was full of shock. In the past, Du Lianyi had hated the Xiao family. If it were not for Xiao Tian's father's connivance, such a thing would never have happened. Therefore, the Xiao family was not a good person. They were almost the same. However, the strength of the Xiao family was too strong, far beyond what Du Lianyi could deal with. Therefore, Du Lianyi only dared to put her hatred on Xiao Tian's. If Du Lianyi also had absolute strength, she would definitely eradicate the Xiao family. Since Li Zongjiu said such words, It meant that he had taken note of the Shao family. No matter how powerful the Shao family was, they were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of Li Zongjiu. No. No way, Kuan Erasure had not been shocked like this for a long time. Li Zongjiu had done the same thing in the past. In order to create more trouble for the Yi family, he had directly exterminated the Yi family. Until now, no one had been able to find any clues. Even now, the entire Yi family had been annexed by Li Zongjiu. This was what it meant to be thorough. Now listening to Li Zongjiu's words, it was obvious that the Shao family was going to be unlucky. How could he easily let go of such a grudge of his son's death? It was absolutely impossible to let it go so easily. There would definitely be a lot of trouble. Kuan Erasure was able to understand Li Zongjiu's thoughts after a little adaptation. After all, it was normal to have such thoughts. What? Young master, don't be impulsive. The Shao family, Du Lianyi was extremely moved. In Du Lianyi's view, Li Zongjiu's thoughts were already dead set on Li Zongjiu. In the future, her life would be in the hands of Li Zongjiu. Who else in the world could take care of his subordinates like Li Zongjiu did? After all, Du Lianyi was only one of his subordinates. Now, he had already killed Shao Tiance for this subordinate. Now, he even wanted to kill his way into the Shao family's headquarters. This degree of danger could even be said to be no less than attacking Emperor Xingyan. Li Zongjiu did not say any superfluous words, but waved his hand. You two go back first. Go back and watch the house. Tonight, someone will definitely come to our house. Home. Said Li Zan said. Dou Ling also closed her eyes and nodded, indicating that she also wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Du Lianyi did not delay any longer. This matter was of great importance. Based on the commotion here, it was likely that they would be discovered very soon. Give me the head, Li Zongjiu said. Then, Du Lianyi handed the head in her hand to Li Zongjiu. Let's go. An expert is coming. Dou Ling grabbed Du Lianyi's hand and quickly disappeared. Only Li Zongjiu and Kuan Erasure were left. They did not expect tonight's matter to go so smoothly. There was really nothing to say because the movements here and the smell of blood had already attracted the attention of the people in the Myriad Tea Villa. Immediately, the two separated and left. Finally, they gathered in the banquet courtyard of the villa. After the two left, in this bloody place, two figures immediately appeared. Damn it, someone sneaked into the villa. The first to arrive here were the experts of the Myriad Tea Villa. After smelling the smell of blood, they quickly rushed over and found that at least 20 Imperial guards had died here. With so many corpses on the ground, it was terrifying. However, when he walked closer to take a look, he saw a headless corpse with a bare upper body lying in the forest. Moreover, looking at the injuries on his body, it was obvious that he had experienced an extremely cruel torture before he died. This person's figure looks somewhat familiar. The two of them looked at each other and hurriedly went forward to search the headless corpse to see if there was anything on it that could prove its identity. When they took out a token from the headless corpse's waist and saw the words on it, their faces immediately became extremely shocked. This is, regarding the identity of the headless corpse, the two experts could only suck in a breath of cold air. This is not good. Quickly inform the villa master. Shao Tiance's death immediately set off an uproar in the Myriad Tea Villa. In the Myriad Tea Villa, a series of waves had been set off. Even the villa master of the Myriad Tea Villa, Zhuang Ying, was busy. They were already extremely busy, but they had to suppress the news of this person's death for the time being. Although Shao Tiance's death is a big matter, the alchemist exchange should not be delayed. Let's temporarily suppress this matter. When it's over, we'll find Commander Shao, Zhuang Ying said. When he heard this, Zhuang Ying's first reaction was that someone was coming to deal with him. They deliberately beheaded Shao Tiance at such a critical moment. It was obvious that they wanted to create trouble for the Myriad Tea Villa. Villa Master, this is a serious matter. The murderer may still be in the villa. Someone said. If the murderer's target was not only Xiao Tian's, then wouldn't it be more dangerous? How could such a thing happen at such a critical time? Xinyu, go to the Xiao family and tell Commander Xiao about this, Zhuang Ying said. It was indeed very dangerous to hide this matter. If something happened in the future, it would inevitably be blamed on the Myriad Tea Villa. In other words, it would be Zhuang Ying's fault. First, he told the Xiao family that they could do whatever they wanted. At that time, even if Xiao Yun came personally, he probably wouldn't dare to do anything. The 10,000 tea manors status was here. Moreover, tonight's banquet belonged to the alchemist. Therefore, Xiao Yun would not dare to act recklessly. Villa Master, the people from Chongqing Pavilion have arrived. Villa Master, the people from Spirit Valley sect have also arrived. It's Tsang Chu. At this moment, Zhuang Ying felt a headache coming. Even Tsang Chu of Spirit Valley sect had come. Within the Spirit Valley sect, Tsang Chu's status was at least in the top 5. With such an expert here, this gathering was going to be a very lively event. Villa Master, tonight will be a busy night. Why don't you pretend to be sick? A person dressed as a counselor said. This person was Mr. Bai Cha of the Myriad Tea Villa. His identity to the outside world was that of a tea expert. But in fact, he was Zhuang Ying's #1 counselor. That's a good plan. If there's anything, let them worry about it themselves. Although it was very direct and obvious, it was a very good thing for Zhuang Ying. It was a strategy that never failed. Chapter 646. Li Zongjiu had already cleaned up the blood dust on his body and returned to the banquet garden. The first to welcome him was Su Sha, who had already returned. Su Sha appeared beside Li Zongjiu. When she saw Li Zongjiu alone, she couldn't help but be curious. Why are you alone? I'm afraid that I'll scare you. Li Zongjiu's expression didn't change as he said very seriously. Su Sha was still in a daze. She never expected Li Zongjiu to have such a humorous side to him. I heard that you have quite a number of enemies, but tonight, you probably have to be more stable. The people who came aren't simple. There are a few waves of people who came directly for you, Su Sha said in a deep voice. It was a kind reminder. What's this? Li Zongjiu held something that resembled a pastry in his hand, but the white layer on it felt like a layer of rice. It tasted sweet and greasy. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu spent most of his time in the abyss of suffering. He might not even be able to eat properly, so he had never seen such a thing that tasted quite delicious. This is called a cake. It was specially made by a chef from Sea Return City. Sea Return City? Isn't that guy very far away? Li Zongjiu recalled that Sea Return City's location seemed to be far away. It was already the westernmost part of the Xingyan dynasty. In fact, Sea Return City was actually a small island in the sea. Strictly speaking, it was no longer in the Xingyan dynasty's territory, but it was currently ruled by the Xingyan dynasty. That was the case in name, but Sea Return City had its own system. The city lord of Sea Return City was equivalent to the ruler of a small country. He had his own rules. Yes, that's why it's very precious, Su Sha said. It could be said that the Heavenly Pill Pavilion had spent a lot of effort to organize this exchange banquet. Hey, why did you finish it all? This damn thing tastes pretty good. This was the first time Li Zongjiu had eaten this thing called cake in his previous life. It made Li Zongjiu deeply feel that these people with power and influence were really fucking corrupt. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had already been crowned with the name of Evil Lord. His status was revered, but he had never enjoyed such things. First, he didn't have time. Most of the time, he was immersed in this bitter cultivation. Secondly, he didn't have such thoughts. You people are all corrupt. While Li Zongjiu was eating, he was complaining at the same time, causing Su Sha to stare at him in bewilderment. Currently, the alchemists who had already arrived had already started conversing with each other. However, there were only a few people who were actually eating. By the way, is there a lottery tonight? When will it start? How do I do it? Li Zongjiu asked. Since Su Sha was one of the organizers of this banquet, she should be clear about the process. Why do you care about these unimportant things? If it's a lottery, everyone's invitation card has a string of numbers. When the banquet starts, the number will be drawn. If it matches your number, then you'll win the lottery. Su Sha said. Looking at Li Zongjiu's serious face, she even suspected that Li Zongjiu had specially come for this lottery. We still have to wait so long. Then, do you know where the prize is now? Li Zongjiu continued to ask. If it wasn't for the prize of the 6th grade medicinal herb, Li Zongjiu wouldn't have come here so easily and wasted so much time. You actually have ideas about the prize? Su Sha instantly understood Li Zongjiu's idea. Unfortunately, I don't know where the prize is now. However, it should be in a secret place in the Myriad Tea Mountain Villa. Su Sha said. Then, forget it. Li Zongjiu continued to look for other delicacies on the table, some that he had never seen before. In the courtyard, there was a dazzling array of exquisite pastries. Anyone who saw it couldn't help but stop to take a bite or two. At this moment, a group of people gathered around and discussed. The more famous you are, the more people will gather around you. The young pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion, Pei Si, was in such a situation. Even the managers of the 3 largest herbal trading companies in the city had gathered around Pei Si to discuss this matter. They wanted to have some business exchanges and exchanges. It should be known that the status of these managers was even higher than the patriarchs of the 4 great clans. The 4 major clans were only the clans within the Sacred Flame Royal City. However, these herbal trading companies covered the entire Sacred Flame Royal City. Behind Pei Si stood a tall and well-built man. His face appeared somewhat immature, but his large fists made it hard for one to believe that this person belonged to the friendly group. Pei Si was like a fish in water when interacting with these high-level people. However, when Pei Si saw the figure in front of the long table, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Apart from showing his face and boosting the reputation of the Longevity Pavilion, his motive for coming here today was to exchange blows with this guy and see if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Just as Li Zongjiu was calmly looking for things that he had never seen before, 2 people walked towards him. This must be Li Zongjiu, the disciple of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Pei Si smiled and walked towards Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu's back was facing Pei Si, and he was eating the fruit plate in his hand. He didn't pay attention to the person who spoke. The smile on Pei Si's face gradually stiffened. Then, he cleared his throat. Excuse me, are you Li Zongjiu? I heard you. If you have something to say, say it. If not, scram. What are you mumbling about behind my back? Li Zongjiu turned around and looked at Pei Si. He looked impatient. At the same time, his voice wasn't soft. Those who were slightly closer to him could hear him clearly. After hearing this, Pei Si's expression became even more awkward. It wasn't right for him to leave, but it wasn't right for him to continue the conversation either. The other party was clearly not giving him any face. If he continued to force the conversation, the other party might become even worse. The surrounding people were also pointing and gossiping. The young pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion, Pei Si, was actually using such an attitude to talk to a young man. Moreover, the young man didn't seem to be giving him any face at all. It was as if he would rather focus on eating the chicken wings in his hand than talk to Pei Si. He was really as difficult to deal with as the rumors said. At this moment, the smile on Pei Si's face had gradually faded. In the end, he became extremely serious. The tall, burly man behind Pei Si also rushed forward. How dare you be disrespectful to the young pavilion master? The burly man raised his palm. A terrifying gust of wind was stirred up between his palms. Under this gust of wind, the terrifying palm aura was directed towards Li Zongjiu's face. Pei Si naturally saw this, but he didn't say anything to stop it. Ah! The burly man screamed in pain. Then, he saw that there were 2 chopsticks stuck in his palm. Peixi's eyes shone with a bright light. The burly man behind him was well trained in martial arts. Just his physical strength alone was close to that of a Yuan monarch elite. How could ordinary chopsticks penetrate his skin? Now, the 2 chopsticks had not only penetrated the back of his hand, but they had also directly sealed 2 acupoints. An outsider naturally wouldn't be able to see this. However, once the acupoints were sealed, if the body couldn't continue to circulate qi, it would directly cause the heart and lungs to explode. This move is really ruthless. The burly man also felt a sharp pain. He immediately used his other hand to slap the chopsticks away. Chapter 647. Shintu, this is 10,000 T Villa. Don't mess around. Back off. Peixi walked up to Shintu and slapped him on the back. That vigorous palm energy instantly spread throughout Shintu's body. Pfft. Shintu spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the expression on his face was a little more relaxed. Otherwise, the chaotic energy in his body would have been enough to shatter his body. There was a hint of viciousness in his eyes as he stared at Li Zongjiu in front of him. Li Zongjiu had attacked so quickly that even Shin Tu didn't see it clearly. After that, he felt a sharp pain in his palm. If the young pavilion master hadn't intervened, the uncomfortable feeling in his body wouldn't have gone away. At this moment, Shintu also backed off. Peixi said to Li Zongjiu with a fake smile on his face. He also seemed very embarrassed. I'm really sorry. This servant of mine is a little impulsive. Brother Li, please give me some face and don't blame him. Li Zongjiu sized Peixi up. You're so young. Why is there something wrong with your brain? Who's your brother? Do you think I'll give you face just because you say so? It was obvious that this was another idiot who felt very good about himself that had appeared in front of Li Zongjiu. And that fatty just now. Don't leave after the banquet ends. Li Zongjiu pointed at Shintu as if to say that if it wasn't for the fact that the occasion wasn't suitable, they might have already started a fight. However, Shintu didn't even care about getting angry. Instead, he looked at his young pavilion master with great concern. This was something that had never happened in history. Given the young pavilion master's status, even the princes of the imperial court would have to leave their seats and come forward to greet him. However, Li Zongjiu had actually ignored Peixi completely. Li Zongjiu, let me introduce myself. I am the young pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion, Peixi. Peixi comforted herself in her heart. This Li Zongjiu might not know her identity, so it was best to come clean with Li Zongjiu. Once he knew who she was, he would naturally know how powerful she was. What about the young pavilion master? So what if he's the young pavilion master? Even if your pavilion master is here, he can forget about leaving after beating someone up today. Another voice sounded from the crowd. The surrounding people who were watching the show were all shocked. There were people who didn't care about their lives every year, but there were a lot of them today. Especially after the other party had registered his number, he still dared to face the challenge. It had to be said that he was a real man. Kuan Erasher walked out from the crowd with a large plate of food in his hands. At this moment, he didn't have the slightest scruple as he swaggered in front of Li Zongjiu to humiliate Peixi together. Although Kuan Erasher came from Kuan Castle, he didn't know much about the Longevity Pavilion. He thought that this guy was just a young master from some family and wasn't worth much at all. Therefore, he naturally stood on Li Zongjiu's side. The surrounding onlookers were extremely shocked as they looked at the scene before them. They were all pointing at Lan Kuan, and their faces were filled with disbelief. When Kuan Erasher spoke, it was obvious that he was looking down on the pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion. Even Li Zongjiu was looking at Kuan Erasher with a face of admiration. This guy was pretty awesome. He even dared to look down on the pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion. Kuan Erasher's level of acting tough was even higher than Li Zongjiu's. He was risking his life to act tough. You're not bad. You're even more ruthless than me. Good job. Li Zongjiu patted Kun Arashi's shoulder and gave Kun Arashir a thumbs up. Kun Arashir wasn't too sure about the situation at the moment. However, when he heard Li Zongjiu's praise, he couldn't help but feel pleased. This made Kun Arashir feel even more confident. Hee, young man, you've got guts. Not only did you look down on the pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion, you even dared to mock the pavilion master. Young and promising. Young and frivolous. 2 more people walked out. This person obviously wasn't here to help them out. He was here to add fuel to the fire and fan the flames. This person's appearance was obviously to incite the conflict between the 2 sides. I was wondering who it was. So it's Elder Tsangchu of the Spirit Valley sect. Elder Tsangchu's words are sharp and his eyes are sharp, Pei Si said loudly. He wasn't afraid at all when facing an elder from the Spirit Valley sect. However, when facing people like Li Zongjiu and Kun Arashir, who didn't play by the rules, he was indeed a little overwhelmed. Elder Tsangchu of the Spirit Valley sect. That's Nantian Pil King. Who would have thought that these 2 important figures would actually appear here as well? Tonight's exchange meeting was obviously not ordinary. With so many heavyweights here, it seemed like the influence of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion had increased by quite a bit. Otherwise, these alchemists, who had a transcendent status in the Jianghu, would not have given them so much face and specially sent such heavyweights here. You're not qualified to flatter me. It's not your turn to settle the score today. Boy, you must be Li Zongjiu. Tsangchu directly pushed Pei Si aside. After reprimanding Pei Si, he looked at Li Zongjiu. His eyes were obviously filled with provocation. Li Zongjiu was rumored to be a god. Therefore, Tsangchu really wanted to experience it. You're just a teenager. Can you really turn the world upside down? Therefore, Tsangchu also wanted to test Li Zongjiu's skill. However, Nantian Pil King also stepped forward and hinted at Tsangchu. The most important thing now was to stall for time so that the Black Mountain Sword King could have enough time to rescue Elder Lu Wenshan. Therefore, there was no need to force Li Zongjiu. Where did you come from, old thing? Why are you shouting at my boss? Kun Arashir shouted. The 2 people in front of him were obviously here to cause trouble. Moreover, the aura on their bodies was extremely sharp, causing Lan Kun to involuntarily feel a wave of pressure. Noisy, it's not your turn to speak here. Tsangchu's eyes were like lightning. In an instant, a tyrannical aura swept towards Kun Arashir. This aura whistled. Before it swept in front of Kun Arashir already felt like he was going to be blown away. However, before Kun Arashir could run away, he saw Li Zongjiu blocking in front of him. Suddenly, the sharp aura in front of him disappeared. You're old, so don't get angry easily. Otherwise, your blood vessels will burst. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Chapter 648. Li Zongjiu's words sounded like he was trying to persuade Tsangchu, but in fact, he was mocking Tsangchu for being too old. Tsangchu shouldn't be so hot-blooded. Li Zongjiu was too embarrassed to argue with him. Tsangchu was not as easy to deal with as a young man. Tsangchu was instantly enraged. He was about to explode on the spot. When he was in Spirit Valley sect, every disciple who saw him would lower their head and speak softly and respectfully to him. But now Li Zongjiu was so arrogant and even mocked him. This made Tsangchu even angrier and unhappy. He had never seen such a bold person. It seems that the elders in your family did not teach you what the order of seniority is. Tsangchu said coldly. Nantian Pil King did not dare to step forward to stop Tsangchu. One should know that Tsangchu's status was enough to look down on him, Nantian Pil King. Tsangchu was just giving him face. If Nantian Pil King did not give him face, he would not be able to talk to Tsangchu. After all, Tsangchu was a real 6th-grade alchemist. Come up here. I'll tell you what the elders in my family taught me. Li Zongjiu smiled at Tsangchu, and then put the tray back on the table. The smile on Li Zhongjio's face also revealed a trace of chilliness, causing people to feel a sense of panic after seeing it. What an arrogant person! Pei Si, who was watching the confrontation between Li Zhongjio and Song Chu, thought that Li Zhongjio did not even flinch in the face of Song Chu's oppression. At this moment, he even directly provoked Song Chu, and asked Song Chu to step forward. This was the beginning of the fight. Song Chu, of course, was not afraid at all. Could it be that this kid wanted to fight with him? Did he really think that a 6th-grade alchemist's flame was used to cook rice? Immediately, Song Chu's aura shook. The surrounding onlookers were also looking at this scene. No one would have thought that Elder Song Chu from the Spirit Valley sect would actually make things difficult for these two brats. Furthermore, it seemed like the two of them were not afraid of Elder Song Chu at all. Hee, the two of you are going to have a fight in Tea Mountain Villa. Finally, someone jumped out to smooth things over. If he did not appear, these two people would probably have a fight. After all, in this situation, neither of them was to give in to the other. Naturally, there was no way to end to it. If one of them didn't die, then it wouldn't end. If they started fighting, then it would be hard to say. But before they started fighting, there was still hope. The chief elder, Su, the vigorous Yuan power, also gradually suppressed the chaotic aura in the surroundings. Although Su Hong's alchemy cultivation was not as good as Song Chu, he was still the chief elder of Heavenly Pill Pavilion. His cultivation was not weak either. Most importantly, Elder Su Hong represented the Xingyan dynasty. Therefore, Song Chu and the rest did not dare to not give him face. Even the entire Spirit Valley sect was nothing in front of the Xingyan dynasty. Both of you, please calm down. Can you give me face? Su Hong said. This sentence again. Pei Si sneered in his heart. He did not even give face to me, the young pavilion master. Do you think he will give face to you, an old man? All right, I'll give you face. I'll settle the score with him after this. Li Zhongjio said directly. These words made Song Chu explode on the spot. This kid is too arrogant. He'll settle the score with me after this. Very well, Li Zhongjio. After today, your name will be removed from Royal City. Song Chu said fiercely. Then, he turned around to leave. Su Hong heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. However, in the blink of an eye, he saw Li Zhongjio throwing out something in his hand. Pa! The cake made by the chef specially invited from Sea Return City smashed into the back of the head of the person holding Song Chu. The entire cake was stuck on Song Chu's head. In an instant, the atmosphere became quiet. When Pei Si saw this scene, she saw Song Chu's expression changing constantly. At the beginning, Song Chu was a little surprised, but he quickly came to his senses. Li Zhongjio had thrown something at the back of Song Chu's head. His face instantly became extremely gloomy. This. Su Hong saw this scene and looked at Li Zhongjio. He could not understand why Li Zhongjio would do such a thing. You saw it for yourself. He didn't give me face. Li Zhongjio waved his hand helplessly. It was not that he didn't give face. Generally speaking, Li Zhongjio rarely gave face to others. Su Hong had previously appreciated Li Zhongjio, so Li Zhongjio naturally wouldn't embarrass Su Hong in front of so many people. However, now it seemed that Song Chu was unrelenting. Since he had said such harsh words, how could Li Zhongjio let him off? You're courting death. Song Chu flew into a rage. His hair seemed to burn with a terrifying light. The fire instantly ignited his white hair, making him look like a burning wooden stake. He turned around and glared at Li Zhongjio in front of him. He couldn't wait to kill Li Zhongjio at this moment. Prince Murong has arrived. A small eunuch's voice pierced through the sky, sharp and ear-piercing. When the surrounding crowd heard this, they all stood on both sides. Prince Murong, that was Murong Yunjian. As an event organized by the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, they naturally had to invite some heavyweight figures. In any case, they could be considered as holding the fort. Otherwise, it would naturally be meaningless for a group of little brats to be below. With heavyweight guests, it was naturally equivalent to having a core. Song Chu, who was about to fly into a rage, couldn't help but be startled at this moment. If he didn't give face to Su Hong, it wouldn't matter. After all, Su Hong might be replaced soon. To put it bluntly, Su Hong couldn't represent the entire Heavenly Pill Pavilion. After all, he was only an elder. However, Prince Murong was different. Not to mention Prince Murong's status, just his influence in the Xingyan dynasty was enough to make Song Chu restrain his temper. He didn't dare to act recklessly. He could ignore other people's faces, but he couldn't ignore Prince Murong's face. Song Chu was very clear about this point. "Welcome, Your Highness." Su Hong took the lead and walked to the front, facing Prince Murong's direction. The rest of the people followed suit. "Welcome, Your Highness." Chapter 649. Elder Su, the Heavenly Pill Pavilion has indeed lived up to the expectations of the dynasty. Today's glorious scene has truly opened my eyes. Murong Wang stepped forward and said. Su Hong could only smile awkwardly. "Fortunately, you came early. If you came a little later, there would probably be a river of blood here. If the two of them were to fight, who knows what the situation would be like. Elder Song Chu, why didn't you inform me that you were coming? You've really surprised me." When Murong Wang saw Song Chu, he also went forward to greet him. Song Chu's face was originally filled with murderous intent, but at this moment, he gradually withdrew it. If he accidentally vented his hatred on Murong Wang, he would be in trouble today. Although Murong Yunjan's strength was ordinary, his identity was special. He was a prince of the Xingyan dynasty. If he offended him, he could just go to the Emperor Xingyan and say something bad about him. Then, he would be taken away immediately. "Greetings, Murong Wang," Song Chu said with a fake smile. Although he was smiling, he was still thinking about how to torture Li Zongjiu. When Old Black returned, he would definitely cripple Li Zongjiu and torture him ruthlessly. He would make Li Zongjiu suffer a fate worse than death. "Elder Tsang, there's no need to be so polite. Since everyone is here, let's start the banquet. Come, Elder Tsang, we haven't seen each other for a long time. We should have a good chat." Murong Wang stepped forward and held Song Chu's hand enthusiastically. When he passed by Pei Si, he was slightly surprised. Then, he looked at him with a look of realization. This must be the young pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion, Pei Si. You indeed have your father's heroic spirit. When Murong Wang saw Pei Si, he spoke up. Murong Yunjan's eyes were sharp. With just a glance, he took away the two heavyweights present. Of course, there was also Pill King Nantian. He also took care of them all. At this moment, the tense atmosphere from before had also been completely erased. So at this moment, Li Zongjiu didn't continue to pursue the matter. Anyway, throwing a cake over just now could be considered as teaching the other party a lesson. The atmosphere at the scene gradually dissipated. As Murong Wang left with the other two, Su Hong heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at Li Zongjiu in annoyance. He was truly doomed by Li Zongjiu's personality. You should be more careful," Su Hong shook his head and said. He had also heard about Li Zongjiu's matter. These people were obviously targeting Li Zongjiu, so it was impossible for him to directly make Li Zongjiu submit to them. After all, Su Hong was still biased towards Li Zongjiu. From the beginning, he had been very optimistic about Li Zongjiu. To be able to kill his enemy in the Heavenly Dawn medicine manner through a duel in the arena, he had to be able to do so. From then on, Su Hong already knew that Li Zongjiu was definitely a ruthless person. He provoked me. Li Zongjiu also expressed his helplessness. It was rare for him to make peace like this. He had already given Su Hong a lot of face. However, since Su Hong didn't give him face, he couldn't blame Li Zongjiu. After that, Su Hong also went to host the banquet. There were still many things to arrange. "This time, you really stole the limelight." Li Zongjiu gave Kuan Erasure a thumbs up. Lan Kuan, on the other hand, felt a little strange. How could it be me? Don't you know? You just humiliated the pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion. I estimate that tonight your name will start to spread through the streets and alleys. Li Zongjiu said. Pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion? This name sounds familiar. Kuan Erasher said with a frown. Seeing that Li Zongjiu wanted to praise him again and again, he felt a little anxious in his heart. There must be a problem. Wait, Longevity Pavilion, Pavilion Master. Damn, why do I remember that there is a Pavilion Master who is a grade 7 alchemist? Kuan Erasher immediately looked at Li Zongjiu with an inquiring gaze. He wanted to get accurate information from Li Zongjiu. Congratulations! Li Zongjiu patted Kuan Arashi's shoulder. Damn, did I just humiliate a grade 7 alchemist? Kuan Erasher suddenly opened his mouth wide. This seemed to be different from the scene he had imagined. Originally, he should have stood behind Li Zongjiu and added a little stab. But now he actually encountered such a situation. When he spoke, how could he directly bring Li Zongjiu's father into the conversation? Who knew that the other party's father was actually a grade 7 alchemist? The reason why the Longevity Pavilion was superior to other alchemy giants was precisely because of the existence of a grade 7 alchemist. Being able to break through to the level of a grade 7 alchemist was also a kind of another realm and level. It was already on a different level from the people below. Now, Kuan Erasher could be considered to be famous. According to this, Kuan Erasher should be the first person who dared to ignore the pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion. Therefore, now Kuan Arashi's heart was a little worried. It's fine, don't worry. Li Zongjiu patted Kuan Arashi's shoulder and said. It's really fine? Really, you can rest assured and eat tonight. You must eat until you are full. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Li Zongjiu teased. Kuan Arashi's face suddenly turned ashen. Such a tragic situation, Kuan Arashi's future days would be very difficult. Li Zongjiu's gaze was also fixed on Murong Yunzhan. Li Zongjiu naturally had to pay attention to Murong Yunzhan, who had suddenly appeared to cause trouble. Now, it seemed that Murong Yunzhan had not learned his lesson after the last time. If Murong Yunzhan did not know what was good for him and wanted to be enemies with Li Zongjiu, then Li Zongjiu would not mind having an extra head in his hands. Young master, please have some tea. This is picturesque landscape, one of the 7 famous teas. Just when Li Zongjiu was teasing Kuan Erasher, a soft voice sounded beside him. Li Zongjiu turned around and saw that it was the maid he had saved from Xiao Tian's. As for her name, Li Zongjiu could not remember it. Oh, it's you. Li Zongjiu saw Xiao Dai appear. Obviously, Xiao Dai did not dare to believe that Li Zongjiu would let her go just like that. Therefore, Xiao Dai admired Li Zongjiu even more in her heart. She even started to admire him from the bottom of her heart. This tea is quite fragrant. The banquet was still going on. Although the disturbance was not small and caused quite a stir, now more people were discussing it in private. At the same time, they also kept a respectful distance from Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu did not care about it. At this moment, on the Autumn Water Avenue, a figure carrying a long sword welcomed. His entire body was covered in a black robe. When he arrived in front of the manor's door, he unsheathed the sword on his back. Chapter 650. The black longsword was in his hand. The corners of the Black Mountain Sword King's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. Then, with a leap, he flew directly into the house. For the Black Mountain Sword King, entering such a place was basically like entering a place with no one around. The defense is so lax. There's no challenge at all. I'd like to see what kind of formation you have in your house. Just as the Black Mountain Sword King finished speaking, he immediately felt a thick white mist gushing out in front of him. Boom! The white mist quickly flew over like a giant beast, opening its mouth and swallowing the Black Mountain Sword King. The Black Mountain Sword King stood in place like a towering mountain. Facing the white mist that was surging in from all directions, his face did not show the slightest bit of surprise or any fluctuation. Even though he was standing there calmly, the invisible aura had already gradually suppressed the surrounding aura. Insignificant skill break. The Black Mountain Sword King growled. The sword chi in his hand instantly vibrated. As the long sword whistled, a terrifying aura descended and instantly split the sea of white mist into two halves. Boom! The white mist instantly retreated. The Black Mountain Sword King's figure still stood in place without moving. In a corner of the courtyard, a primordial stone engraved with a Yuan rune formation was easily turned into powder. Awo! A figure appeared in front of the Black Mountain Sword Monarch. When he saw the Howling Moon Wolf King appear, the Black Mountain Sword Monarch's eyes flickered with a hint of contempt. So it's just a little wolf. I was wondering how many years of cultivation you had. Give me your life. The Black Mountain Sword King flicked his wrist and kept the longsword in his hand. His figure also suddenly rushed toward the Howling Moon Wolf King. In an instant, a terrifying tremor was set off in the surrounding area. In the eyes of the Black Mountain Sword King, there seemed to be an earth-shattering catastrophe appearing in front of him. As the terrifying power spread, it attacked the Black Mountain Sword King. Illusion! How could such a terrifying scene appear in the sacred flame Imperial City? Could it be that the young man in front of him was so tender that he was able to withstand the lava from the volcano? The Black Mountain Sword King could not believe it. However, as the magma fell, the Black Mountain Sword King also realized that something was wrong. It seemed that the aura hidden in the magma was not simple. It was very real. The Black Mountain Sword King finally took a step back. Sizzle! A few drops of lava landed on the Black Mountain Sword King's body and immediately penetrated his clothes. This power was actually real. Roar! The Howling Moon Wolf King suddenly split into two and charged at the Black Mountain Sword King. One of the terrifying movements was a spiritual doppelganger. They attacked the Black Mountain Sword King at the same time. The Black Mountain Sword Monarch slapped his sword, and two terrifying rays of light were immediately released from the sword, rushing towards the Howling Moon Wolf King. However, the power of the formation did not weaken. At this moment, the world seemed to be spinning, and the Black Mountain Sword King was trapped in the formation. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since you like to use these crooked methods, let me show you what real power is. Dark Demon Tiger, show yourself. The Black Mountain Sword King immediately summoned his original spirit. It was a darkness demon tiger. Its entire body was pitch black, and its body was nearly 30 feet long. In addition, the lines on its forehead were white, which added a chill to the dark night. The two doppelganger of the Howling Moon Wolf King tore apart the light and rushed towards the Black Mountain Sword King, wanting to pounce on him. As for this meta beast, it was extremely powerful. Even if the enemy was strong, in the face of a life and death crisis, it could not afford to be so relaxed. It had to go all out. Boom! The thick claws of the dark demon tiger slammed the Howling Moon Wolf King to the ground with a loud bang. The Howling Moon Wolf King's body was immediately sent flying. The other mental energy doppelganger was also smashed to pieces by the dark demon tiger's tail. Facing the Howling Moon Wolf King, the dark demon tiger could basically kill it in a second. It could be said that it did not take the Howling Moon Wolf King seriously. In addition, the surrounding Yuan inscription formation was on the verge of collapse under the Black Mountain Sword King's indiscriminate bombardment. After all, the power of a Sword King was definitely not undeserved. The Dark Demon Tiger wanted to continue to injure the Howling Moon Wolf King, but it found that the Howling Moon Wolf King's body had shrunk and was carried away by someone. The Dark Demon Tiger immediately opened its mouth and shot a ray of dark light at the Shadow Fox. Boom! The Shadow Fox was sent flying, but it was wearing an inner armor. In addition, it had recently made a breakthrough in cultivation, so it was able to block the attack. It gritted its teeth and persevered, taking the Howling Moon Wolf King and flipping over the wall. As the original spirit of the Black Mountain Sword King, the Dark Demon Tiger could not be too far away from the Black Mountain Sword King, so it could only watch the Shadow Fox take the Howling Moon Wolf King away. But the Yuan inscription formation was about to be dismantled by the Black Mountain Sword King. The Black Mountain Sword King did not continue to pursue. With a sweep of his mind power, he immediately found Lu Wenshan, who was locked in the stable. At this time, Lu Wenshan had been nervous for the whole day. He did not dare to let go of the primordial stone. If it fell to the ground, his stomach might be crushed. And at this time, Lu Wenshan did not have enough mind power to force the thing out of his body. So he could only hold on to the primordial stone, not daring to let go. There was a series of tremors outside, and then the Black Mountain Sword King rushed into the stable. Elder Lu. The Black Mountain Sword King smashed the stable in front of him. Lu Wenshan, who was hiding inside, was exposed. When Lu Wenshan saw that the stable he had lived in for several days had collapsed, he suddenly became nervous. "Fuck, what do you want to do?" Lu Wenshan saw the Black Mountain Sword King and suddenly became nervous. After being imprisoned for so many days and being beaten for so long, it was inevitable that he was a little panicked. His mental state was obviously a little wrong. To be able to turn a 6th-grade alchemist into this in such a short time, Li Zhongjiu's ability was really not small. "Elder Lu, I'm here to save you." "Fuck off, who wants you to save me? Get out of here." Lu Wenshan pointed at the Black Mountain Sword King and said rudely. Save him? If there was even the slightest movement, maybe this person would be gone. So Lu Wenshan was now very nervous. Chapter 651. The Black Mountain Sword King was a little dumbfounded by Lu Wenshan's scolding. Had Lu Wenshan become stupid after being locked up here? But after all, Lu Wenshan was a genius who had the opportunity to break through to become a grade 6 alchemist. Perhaps the Black Mountain Sword King would have to rely on Lu Wenshan in the future. Previously, when he cooperated with Song Chu, he watched Song Chu step by step. On this road, the two could be said to have lived and died together, so there was now such a deep friendship. If the Black Mountain Sword King wanted to refine any elixir, he only needed to find the medicinal herbs. Of course, at the Black Mountain Sword King's level, the medicinal herbs were very rare, let alone the elixir. It was not easy to gather the medicinal herbs for the elixir. Knowing another grade 6 alchemist was naturally a good thing for the Black Mountain Sword King. It was also because of the importance of Lu Wenshan that the Spirit Valley sect sent 2 masters, Song Chu and the Black Mountain Sword King, to come. "Elder Lu, what's wrong with you? Wake up, I'm Black Mountain," the Black Mountain Sword Monarch said in a deep voice. At the same time, a tyrannical Yuan force surged towards Lu Wenshan's body to help him recover. With the influx of Yuan Qi, Lu Wenshan calmed down a little. "Black Mountain Sword King? You? Don't save me, I've been set up by that boy. Once I leave here, I'll definitely die." After Lu Wenshan woke up, he immediately said to the Black Mountain Sword King. If the Black Mountain Sword King came forward and took him away, he was afraid that he would directly die as soon as he left White Deer Manor. Such a scene was naturally very tragic and tragic. Lu Wenshan did not want to die so inexplicably. At that time, he had seen Li Zhongjiu with his own eyes, so at this moment, he absolutely would not take the risk. "Elder Lu, that boy is sinister and cunning. Could it be that he's tricking you? Let me check for you," the Black Mountain Sword King said. After all, he was a Yuan King Master. In this aspect, there was no problem. He poured his origin energy into Lu Wenshan's body and immediately circulated it around Lu Wenshan's body. However, he didn't find any movement or abnormalities. "No, you don't know that guy's methods. That guy is a ruthless person. He definitely won't shoot without thinking." Lu Wenshan grabbed the Black Mountain Sword King's hand. "Capturing that brat is the key. He had to personally remove it. Black Mountain Sword King, You must help me catch that brat. Only in this way can I survive. Only then can I be at ease." Looking at Lu Wenshan's panicked appearance, the Black Mountain Sword King's heart was filled with disdain. How could such a person claim to be a genius who could break through to the sixth-grade alchemist in the future? It was really laughable. However, what the Black Mountain Sword King did not know was that before he met Li Zongjiu, the Black Mountain Sword King did not know. With Lu Wenshan's temper, he was more arrogant than anyone else in the world. But now, he looked like a frightened little lamb. People couldn't help but laugh at him. How could such a situation happen? It was really despicable. "Elder Lu, don't worry. That brat can't escape." The Black Mountain Sword King comforted Lu Wenshan. Then, with a wave of his hand, he chopped the back of Lu Wenshan's head and directly knocked him out. "How troublesome, wasting so much of my time," the Black Mountain Sword King said impatiently. If it were an ordinary person, he would have slapped the Black Mountain Sword King's head and mouth away. How could he be so wishy-washy? Then, the Black Mountain Sword King was ready to carry Lu Wenshan. But his keen perception made the Black Mountain Sword King's eyes instantly become sharp. His gaze was fixed in the direction behind. "Did you hurt Wolf Cub and Shadow Elder?" A cold and angry voice rang out. Beside Dolinger, Duliani was supporting Shadowfox. Dolinger was also holding the Howling Moon Wolf King in her arms. Clearly, the battle just now had caused the two of them to suffer extremely serious injuries. Although Shadowfox could be said to be holding on and was in a conscious state, Dolinger was still holding on. But in fact, Shadowfox's situation was much worse than Howling Moon Wolf King's. After all, Howling Moon Wolf King was a meta-beast. Its resilience and vitality were extremely strong. As long as it was still breathing, it could recover by lying down and resting. But relatively speaking, this human's ability to recover and survive was not as strong as a meta-beast's, but it would not die for the time being. Looking at the seriously injured person and wolf, Doling Er's heart naturally flew into a rage. In any case, they were her friends. But since you broke into the house that Doling needed to protect and injured her, then all the more she couldn't let you go. A bunch of death-seeking trash. The Black Mountain Sword King had been in the Jianghu for many years and had killed countless people. If pressed, he would not show the slightest mercy, whether it was the old, the weak, women, widowed, or lonely. It was because of his heart of stone that he could live until now. A little girl actually dared to clamor in front of him and question him. The Black Mountain Sword King had enough reason to kill the intruder. He didn't even need to use a sword. The Black Mountain Sword King directly waved his palm. Although they were more than 10 meters apart, the domineering palm energy turned into a terrifying sword light. He actually wanted to kill everyone in one move. Whoosh! Doling took a step forward and an oil paper umbrella-like object appeared in her hand. When the oil paper umbrella appeared, it immediately spun and released a terrifying brilliance that knocked away the sword light in front of them. Boom! The umbrella in Doling Er's hand whistled as she put it away again. She spun a circle and held it behind her back. She looked quite dashing when she looked at it. "This umbrella is a little interesting?" The Black Mountain Sword King looked at the umbrella in Doling Er's hand with a trace of surprise in his eyes. The light released by the paper umbrella had easily blocked his sword elemental energy. It was obvious that the material and power of the paper umbrella were not simple. "It's a waste for such an interesting thing to fall into your hands." The Black Mountain Sword King put Lu Wenshan back on the ground. Suddenly, a large array of light appeared in his eyes. Boom! Tyrannical Yuan energy was released from his body. The area within 100 meters was filled with the Black Mountain Sword King's fierce aura. "Teacher Du, take this and stay where you are." Doling took out a jade slip and handed it to Duliani. Although Duliani didn't know what it was, she could feel the vast power within the jade slip and understood that it was not an ordinary thing. She looked at Doling who was actually taking the initiative to rush towards the Black Mountain Sword King. The Black Mountain Sword King did not hesitate to draw his Black Mountain Sword and slashed at Dou Ling. Suddenly, a 3-meter-long sword energy burst out from the Black Mountain Sword, like a roaring beast. Chapter 652. In the face of this ferocious attack, Dou Ling calmly opened the paper umbrella in her hand and blocked in front of her. Boom! The sword chi blasted on Dou Ling's paper umbrella. The umbrella was unscathed, and Dou Ling, who was behind him, was also calm. She hid behind the umbrella and easily blocked the attack without being disturbed in the slightest. Hegemony of the Black Slaughter. The Black Mountain Sword King leaped and was already in front of Dou Ling. This leap was just in time for Dou Ling to receive the attack. He had already landed behind Dou Ling behind the paper umbrella. Dou Ling's figure was undoubtedly exposed. In terms of combat experience, Dou Ling was obviously far inferior to the Black Mountain Sword King. Another extremely powerful sword move fell directly toward Dou Ling. Dou Ling seemed to have known this would happen. She calmly turned the handle of the umbrella, and at the same time, turned her body, bringing the paper umbrella behind her. Just in time to catch the Black Mountain Sword King's sword. Boom! The terrifying sword chi vibrated, as if to directly send Dou Ling flying. Dou Ling held the paper umbrella in her hand and moved back half a meter. Countless strands of black sword origin wrapped around Dou Ling's paper umbrella, trying to tear it apart. However, there was nowhere for it to go. Dou Ling's strong defense kept it at bay. Spin! Dou Ling slapped the handle of the paper umbrella in her hand, and suddenly the paper umbrella spun. The power attached to the paper umbrella spun several times, and then rushed toward the Black Mountain Sword King with an even more terrifying force. What? He didn't expect that the paper umbrella was not only indestructible, but also had the effect of bouncing back his move. This surprised the Black Mountain Sword King greatly. In the face of his sword move, it was naturally not difficult for him to dodge it. After easily dodging the attack, the Black Mountain Sword Monarch formed a series of hand seals and suddenly slapped the Black Mountain Sword with his palm. Suddenly, the Black Mountain Sword Monarch seemed to seal a power within it. As the Black Mountain Sword Monarch waved the sword, the Dark Demon Tiger was actually hidden within the sword aura and quickly blasted towards Dou Ling. Dou Ling still blocked with the paper umbrella. It looked a little monotonous, but it was very practical. You can be proud of being able to block 3 of my moves in a row. Boast all you want on the road to the Netherworld. The Black Mountain Sword King stood in place, waiting for Dou Ling to be smashed into pieces by his sword. The sword chi was still blocked by the paper umbrella. However, Dou Ling suddenly felt the umbrella sink. It was as if something had crawled onto it. When Dou Ling looked up, she saw a sharp tiger claw coming at her. Whoosh! Although Dou Ling dodged in time, her face was still scratched by the sharp aura. Dou Ling's, S's of Dou Ling's, awo. The Dark Demon Tiger landed on the ground, and the paper umbrella fell into the Black Mountain Sword King's hands. The Black Mountain Sword King sneered. Dou Ling's figure was retreating, and there was a claw mark on her cheek. Dou Ling couldn't help but touch it. His face had been cut open, and his fingers were stained with a bright red substance. That was blood. Dou Ling saw the blood. She froze in place. Oh no, Dou Ling seems to be scared of blood. Judging from Dou Ling's performance, she seemed to be in a state where she couldn't touch blood. If she saw it, she might faint. Such a special attribute was really surprising. If the enemy knew about Dou Ling's special attribute, he could directly cut himself in front of Dou Ling and Dou Ling would faint. What's going on? Even I feel a chill. The Black Mountain Sword King held the paper umbrella in his hand. This paper umbrella looked very ordinary and unremarkable. It was just that the material was a little special. However, the Black Mountain Sword King's attention was no longer on the paper umbrella in his hand, But on Do Ling, the dark demon tiger also lowered its body, as if it had smelled something dangerous. Therefore, it calmed down and stared ahead with great vigilance. Blood. Do Ling Er's eyes looked a little dull. When she opened her mouth, she felt that her throat was a little dry. Between the collision of her lips and teeth, there seemed to be a little movement. Kill. In an instant, Do Ling Er's eyes seemed to sharpen. Her eyes were filled with terror, and her originally pitch-black pupils were now suffused with a bright red color. It was the same as Li Zongjiu's evil soul eye. Although Li Zongjiu didn't use it much now, once it was used, it would be a killing move. However, Li Zongjiu's evil soul eye could control itself. However, Do Ling Er's eye skill seemed to require external conditions to trigger. Once it was triggered, the impact could not be controlled by Do Ling Er. Originally, Do Ling Er's aura was pure and gentle, like a piece of white paper. But at this moment, when Do Ling Er released her power, it was immediately like a piece of white paper dyed red with blood. Boom! Do Ling Er released a terrifying blood aura and rushed towards the Black Mountain Sword King in front of her. The Black Mountain Sword King was surprised. The Black Mountain Sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out, but Do Ling Er's figure appeared directly and caught the sword in his hand with both hands. What? The Black Mountain Sword King was shocked. With such speed, Do Ling Er's strength was at least 10 times stronger than before. The dark demon tiger also leaped up at this moment and rushed towards Do Ling Er with a ferocious momentum. However, Do Ling Er lifted her foot and kicked out. Bang! The dark demon tiger was sent flying by Do Ling Er's kick. It howled and rolled on the ground. It couldn't get up for a long time. Although it was formed by the power of its original soul, it could still be injured. Damn it! The Black Mountain Sword King wanted to pull out his sword, but Do Ling Er's wrists had already turned and directly clamped the sword in his hand. Bang! The Black Mountain Sword King was thrown into the air, and then smashed hard on the ground. Although the power was not great, it showed that Do Ling Er's strength was above the Black Mountain Sword King's. In the face of Do Ling Er's power, the Black Mountain Sword King could only suffer a setback. My sword! When he landed, the Black Mountain Sword King's hands loosened, and the sword was seized by Do Ling. Chapter 653. 10,000 T Villa. At the banquet there was also a process. Most of them were just compliment. After that, there were also some singing and dancing performances. Most of the time, these people of the same level communicated with each other. Li Zongjiu and Kuan Erashur were eating and drinking at the side. At first, Kuan Erashur was still depressed about his own matter. After thinking about it, it was not a big deal. He did not know when they would come to find trouble with him, so there was no need to worry about it now. Therefore, Kuan Erashur was now eating freely. He did not look worried at all. 2 young heroes, I am the manager of the 100 Medicine Pavilion, Feng Tengfei. Just as the 2 of them were eating, a voice rang out from behind them. After the incident just now, most of the people here were basically walking around Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu. Even the people within 5 meters of Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu were rarely seen. Therefore, when someone came to talk to them, they were even a little surprised. You are not afraid of trouble, but the name 100 Medicine Pavilion seems to have been heard somewhere. Kuan Erashur turned to look at the person who came. It was an elegant middle-aged man in his 40s. He seemed to be a relatively friendly person, giving people a sense of closeness. When Kuan Erashur heard the name 100 Medicine Pavilion, he also felt that it was familiar, but he did not know where he had heard it before. Then, Kuan Erashur also remembered. Oh fuck, 100 Medicine Pavilion. The brand of 100 Medicine Pavilion is even older than the brand of 1000 Taste Herb Hall. Kuan Erashur patted his head and suddenly remembered. This was because in Kuan Castle, if a business wanted to enter, they must have absolute strength. Even 1000 Taste Herb Hall did not have the opportunity to enter Kuan Castle. But this 100 Medicine Pavilion had 3 stores. Kuan Erashur had seen it before. Indeed, this level was different. It's nothing. It's just that we started a little earlier and were lucky to catch up with the times. Feng Tingfei said with a smile. Among the 3 major herbal merchants, the strength of our 100 medicine pavilion still needs to improve. Why are you looking for us? Li Zongjiu asked. Kun Erasher was surprised for a long time, but he could not find any key point. If this went on, no one would know that he was being sold. I have heard of young hero Li's fame in alchemy. I have a good opportunity to show you your skills. At the same time, you can get a good harvest. Feng Tingfei said. A good harvest? Li Zongjiu frowned. He naturally heard of the name of 100 Medicine Pavilion. As an alchemist, of course, he was familiar with these herbal merchants. Sometimes, these herbal merchants would recruit some alchemists and give them some VIP cards. With this VIP card, they could enjoy some discounts that ordinary people could not enjoy. Since young Hiroli came to this banquet today, you must be here for the prize of the 6th grade herbs. Feng Tingfei's eyes were sharp. Someone with a temper like Li Zongjiu wouldn't come to such an exchange. If he wasn't here to hug someone's leg, then he was here to look for benefits. He had been watching the 2 of them for a long time and found that the 2 of them were just eating here. Obviously, they had eaten a lot, but their stomachs seemed to be bottomless, like a bottomless pit. They just kept eating and drinking. Of course, Feng Tingfei could have an accurate guess. In fact, it was because at the very beginning, he heard the conversation between Li Zongjiu and Su Sha. He also knew that Li Zongjiu's goal was the 6th grade herbs. It was because of this that Feng Tingfei stared at Li Zongjiu. Your eavesdropping skills are good. If you have any tricks, just say it. Li Zongjiu sneered. With his strong mental strength, if Li Zongjiu wanted to, he could even recall the things that happened in the last 3 days. Some details of anything that he came into contact with, some details that he did not notice, but as long as Li Zongjiu came into contact with something, he could basically recall it. Therefore, Li Zongjiu recalled a little. In his memory, he saw this guy beside him when he was talking to Su Sha. Those who could come to this place today were not simple people. Moreover, the person in front of him was a high-ranking person of the 100 Medicine Pavilion. Since he was invited, he must have a certain level of ability to come to the 10,000 T Villa and participate in the Heavenly Pill Pavilion exchange. Therefore, even though this person appeared to be very amiable, so amiable that it could cause others to lower their guard, it was impossible for Li Zongjiu to relax. He easily sensed that the person in front of him had impure intentions, playing tricks in front of Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu was in a bad mood, it would not be strange for him to directly kill you. Therefore, when he stared at Feng Tingfei, his sharp eyes immediately made Feng Tingfei's heart tremble. It seemed like this young man was not as simple as he appeared to be. Originally, he looked for Li Zongjiu because he thought that Li Zongjiu still had some value before his death. After offending the Spirit Valley sect and the young pavilion master of the Longevity Pavilion, Li Zongjiu and Su Sha were no different from dead people. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well make use of him. Don't worry. I have no evil intentions. We are just taking what we need. After some time, there will be an underground alchemist competition. If the participating alchemists can win, they will be able to obtain a large amount of precious medicinal ingredient. The lowest grade of medicinal ingredients is the 6th grade. A glint flashed across Li Zongjiu's eyes as he listened. What competition is so good? Who is the organizer? Kun Erasher asked. Feng Tingfei maintained a mysterious smile and kept looking at Li Zongjiu. It seemed that Kun Arashi's answer was not important. The main thing was Li Zongjiu. After all, Li Zongjiu was the imperial alchemist. As for Kun Erasher, it seemed that he was just Li Zongjiu's underling. If I am not wrong, it is the Dark Horse Elixir meeting, Li Zongjiu said lightly. Feng Tingfei was slightly surprised when he heard Li Zongjiu's words. He did not expect Li Zongjiu to mention the Dark Horse Elixir meeting. Yes, it is the Dark Horse Elixir meeting. Since you have heard of it, I will say it directly. Our 100 Medicine Pavilion can give you a place. Even the medicinal ingredients you obtain in the Dark Horse Elixir meeting will belong to you. What we want is the mining rights of a mountain range after the competition, Feng Tingfei said. Kuan Erasure took a sip of the dark brown drink in his hand. What Dark Horse Elixir meeting? What mining rights? Chapter 654. Kuan Erasure came out of the small Kuan castle. In fact, he was not familiar with the outside world. The reason why he was familiar with the outside world was because he had some information about the Sacred Flame Royal City before coming here. However, Kuan Erasure had no way to know about the Dark Horse Pill meeting. So Kuan Erasure did not know what the two people were talking about. The Dark Horse Elixir Gathering is a kind of underground elixir gathering. However, not all alchemists can participate in it. Every year, the Dark Horse Elixir Gathering will release a specific quota. Only a few people who have obtained the quota can participate in it. In addition to the registration fee of the medicinal herbs used to participate in the competition, there are also regular mining rights for some medicinal herbs in the mountains. Feng Tingfei said. He did not directly explain the specific things. Anyway, this matter was not so simple. The history was very long. In fact, it was also because of the conflict of interests between the three herb merchants that narrowed the scope of the alchemists. At the same time, it was also a way for the alchemists to obtain more precious resources. It should be known that some alchemists were very arrogant. They were not willing to rely on some forces. In that case, they would lose a lot of freedom and gradually become alchemy slaves. Almost no one liked this kind of scene. So they would find some ways to earn the medicinal herbs needed for alchemy. The Dark Horse Pill meeting was such an extremely rare opportunity. You only need to get the quota. Each alchemist represented a 6th grade medicinal herb. If you beat others in the Dark Horse Pill meeting, you can get the other party's medicinal herbs. If you lose, you will naturally have nothing. If Li Zhongjiu could defeat 10 people, then he would be able to obtain 10 6th grade medicinal herbs. Of course, if Li Zhongjiu participated, the medicinal herbs of the participation would be provided by the 100 Medicine Pavilion. Li Zhongjiu only needed to win. But all the medicinal herbs forces that participated would also determine the mining rights in the medicinal herbs mountain range in the future according to the results of their alchemists. Otherwise, if they directly used force to compete, the losses would only be greater. This was why there was a Dark Horse Pill meeting. Every year, the Black Horse Pill Gathering was held in Black Horse Town. The organizers were naturally these three major medicinal herb merchants. Other than them, there were also dozens of medicinal herb merchants of various sizes. The medicinal ingredients of the medicinal ingredient merchants were basically excavated from various places. They could not possibly fall from the sky. In order to compete for the mining rights, they would basically use the alchemists under their banner to engage in a bloody battle during this Dark Horse Pill Gathering. While the alchemists were fighting, they were also obtaining their own benefits. Basically, it was a win-win relationship with these medicinal herbs merchants. Therefore, Feng Tingfei from the 100 Medicine Pavilion locked his gaze on Li Zhongjiu. In order to win in such a situation, one could not rely solely on one's cultivation. One needed courage and ferociousness. Only in this way could one win smoothly and even have a chance to catch one's breath. He wouldn't be eliminated so quickly. Although the Dark Horse Pill convocation seemed good, it was actually very cruel. In front of the exclusive benefits of the alchemists, these alchemists would do anything to defeat you. In the end, they would even fight with their lives on the line. All kinds of things could happen. In the face of human nature, anything could happen. After listening to Feng Tingfei's explanation, Kuan Erasure suddenly understood and nodded. However, he always felt that this kind of thing seemed to be similar to the underground boxing competition. The only difference was that the boxers had become alchemists. The competition method had changed, but the nature was the same. If you want me to participate, I can. In addition to the conditions just now, I also want a 7th grade medicinal herb. If you can help me find it, then I can consider participating. As for the mining rights, I promise it will be yours. Li Zhongjiu said lightly. Since you took the initiative to come to me, then of course, I will take advantage of you. If I let you get away with it so easily, then I will not be Li Zhongjiu. Hearing Li Zhongjiu's exorbitant demand, he immediately opened his mouth and asked for 7th grade medicinal ingredients. What kind of realm would a 7th grade medicinal ingredient be at? Do you think it's a joke? A 7th grade medicinal ingredient could not be used to refine a 7th grade medicinal ingredient steadily, but it could help you refine a 6th grade medicinal pill better. At the very least, it could enhance the success rate and the medicinal effect. Refining a 7th grade medicinal pill. It was basically unimaginable. Although the pavilion master of Chongqing Pavilion had the strength of a 7th grade alchemist, it was only because the pavilion master's cultivation had broken through the limit. The strength of the alchemy fire in his hand had also broken through, and there was hope for him to refine a 7th grade medicinal pill. It didn't mean that the medicinal pills he usually refined were all 7th grade medicinal pills. This realm was simply too hard to come by for an alchemist. A 7th grade medicinal ingredient, although the price is not small, if you can help us win, then the price is not too high. Feng Tingfei said lightly. Li Zhongjiu listened and nodded. That's fine. When you're going, just let me know a few days in advance. Li Zhongjiu's tone sounded like he already had victory in his grasp. When the time came, he just needed to win the competition before he went. Feng Tingfei didn't mind, because based on the performance just now, Li Zhongjiu's attitude was already very friendly. Otherwise, the conversation wouldn't have been so casual. Maybe he would have been scolded directly when he just opened his mouth. Oh right, this kid, come with us. He stopped Feng Tingfei. Originally, Feng Tingfei only wanted to find Li Zhongjiu. After all, the quota was not that simple. Those who could find the Dare to Die team among the alchemists were basically all fierce characters. Therefore, under the situation where the quota was fixed, they also needed to allocate the personnel to make them the most elite. The reason why they looked for Li Zhongjiu was that they wanted to try their luck. If there was a variable, how could they improve their situation if they were doing big business all the time? They had to take risk. But there's only one quota left. It's not easy to get, although Feng Tingfei was in charge of this. The other quotas had already been chosen. Like this? Just pick one and I'll kill him. Then there will be a quota. Li Zhongjiu said lightly. Haha, what a big tone. I'm going to represent the 100 Medicine Pavilion in the Dark Horse Elixir Gathering. If you want this quota, just come and get it. Chapter 655. An arrogant voice sounded. Li Zhongjiu never thought that his luck would be so good that someone would give him a pillow just when he was about to doze off. It also saved Li Zhongjiu the trouble of searching everywhere. Feng Tingfei turned around and saw the person. His eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Mr. Lan, this matter. Feng Tingfei saw Mr. Lan and knew that things were not going well. Mr. Lan was the trump card of their 100 Medicine Pavilion. Mr. Lan was quite famous in the city. He was already at the peak of his hometown. Now that he had come to Monarch City, he had become the head of the 100 Medicine Pavilion. Since it was selling herbs, it was necessary to hire some alchemists to oversee it. This kind of full service was necessary. Seeing Mr. Lan come, Feng Tingfei did not know what Mr. Lan wanted to do. Manager Feng, since this kid wants to represent the 100 Medicine Pavilion, let me test his strength. Don't worry, I will only use 30% of my strength to compete with you. Mr. Lan seemed to be very confident. When he looked at Li Zhongjiu, there was a trace of provocation in his eyes. In addition, Li Zhongjiu also noticed that Mr. Lan's eyes seemed to be looking in the direction of Pei Si from Chongqing Pavilion from time to time. Li Zhongjiu was old and experienced. Naturally, He could tell that Mr. Lan wanted to attract the attention of Chongqing Pavilion. That was why he deliberately came to provoke them. Li Zongjiu just humiliated Pei Si from Chongqing Pavilion and Song Chu from Spirit Valley Sect in front of everyone. Originally, the two of them would never let Li Zongjiu go. However, they were now chatting with Murong Wang and could not free themselves to deal with Li Zongjiu. Therefore, they let Li Zongjiu live peacefully until now. But for the others, if they could eliminate Li Zongjiu at this moment, wouldn't they be able to gain the favor of Chongqing Pavilion and Spirit Valley Sect? After all, he had helped them vent their anger, which was equivalent to expressing his goodwill. Therefore, many people couldn't hold back, but they didn't have a good opportunity to step forward. Most of the people who came here today were alchemists. After all, this was an exchange between alchemists. Now that it had begun, many alchemists had their eyes on Li Zongjiu. They wanted to have some fun with Li Zongjiu. Lan Qingshu's lips curled into a cold smile. He looked at the restless people around him who were basically saying, "Sigh, why didn't I make a move earlier?" Lan Qingshu was slightly pleased with himself. If he killed Li Zongjiu, perhaps Pei Si of the Longevity Pavilion would have a good impression of him. When the time came, he might be able to get a job in the Longevity Pavilion. Whether it was the Longevity Pavilion or the Spirit Valley Sect, they would only recruit some talented alchemists. They would not consider those who had reached the end of their road because there were too many alchemists like them. In their eyes, these alchemists were born in the wild and were looked down upon. This Lan Qingshu really knows how to make use of the opportunity. He's going up directly in such a situation. He's obviously trying to curry favor with Longevity Pavilion. Lan Qingshu only has a few tricks up his sleeves. He's just lucky to obtain a wisp of Wanyang fire. What's so great about that? But that kid won't be able to talk back for long. I'm afraid it won't be so simple when facing Lan Qingshu. The people around were also discussing, but most of them weren't optimistic about Li Zongjiu. Just a while ago, Li Zongjiu's situation was basically dug out. His highest achievement was getting first place in the 3 Great Academies exchange competition. It was also because of this that he received the Imperial Alchemist Qualification Certificate. In addition, the highest grade of elixir that he refined was only a middle grade 5 elixir. Although the grade of the elixir wasn't low. But in a competition like that, the ingredients given out were basically of good quality. It had to be said that among the many alchemists present today, more than half of them had concocted level 5 middle medicinal pills before. Therefore, this wasn't a proud achievement and could only be considered as ordinary. There were too many experts present. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He has a spot, right? Li Zongjiu ignored Lan Qingshu. Do you think you have a spot just because you said so? Of course, he had to ask Feng Tingfei. This made Lan Qingshu furious. Was this brat doubting his right to speak? Was it that difficult for him, Lan Qingshu, to obtain a spot in the Dark Horse elixir gathering? How dare this kid look down on him? However, Lan Qingshu wasn't angry. Perhaps this kid was good at provoking him like this. Feng Tingfei nodded. Mr. Lan is the chief alchemist of our 100 Medicine Hall. Of course, you have the right. It's up to you whether you want to or not. Feng Tingfei's words gave Lan Qingshu some comfort. At the very least, Feng Tingfei's words were still useful to Lan Qingshu. He gave Lan Qingshu enough face. Alright then you. After Li Zongjiu confirmed that Lan Qingshu was qualified, he agreed to compete with Lan Qingshu. Where do we fight? Here? As he spoke, Li Zongjiu took out the weapon in his hand. Thunder Slash Blade. The Thunder Slash Blade emitted a terrifying power of lightning. Lan Qingshu and Lan Qingshu's expressions changed when they saw the Thunder Slash Blade flashing with lightning. Hey, what are you trying to do? As alchemists, we have to compete with alchemists. Why are you using a blade? Lan Qingshu was a little nervous when he saw Li Zongjiu's actions. Was there something wrong with this guy's head? Why did he take out his weapon? Could it be that he thought he wanted to have a fight with him? Oh, then tell me. How do you want to compete? You can choose. Li Zongjiu put away the thunder-slash blade in his hand. This Li Zongjiu had attracted the attention of many people just now. This Li Zongjiu was really a little too straightforward. Without saying a word, he directly attacked. Boss, why don't we just let it go? This guy seems pretty strong. Kun Erasure couldn't help but say. Looking at the person in front of him, he felt a little guilty. After all, it was just a spot. There was no need to make such a big move. It was better to keep a low profile and talk about it slowly. This Dark Horse elixir gathering is a trial for you. If you want to be famous, you have to go. Why don't you deal with this guy? Li Zongjiu said sternly. Ah no. You should do it. I'll hold the line for you. When Lan Qingshu heard Li Zongjiu's casual and disdainful attitude, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. It was as cold as the edge of a blade. In that case, let's have a fire battle on the elixir platform. Chapter 656. Flying Roar. As a city guard, they naturally had to prepare some secret weapons. These weapons were usually kept secret. They would only be taken out when they were carrying out some special task. For example, the Flying Roar. It was one of Guan Shifei's secret weapons. Speaking of the Flying Roar, it was a powerful yuan weapon specially created by the Heavenly Workshop. It could track an enemy within a 20-mile radius and was omnipotent. Once it aimed, it would lock onto the enemy and would not rest until the enemy was dead. It would be difficult to escape its tracking even if the target soared into the sky. Furthermore, once the Flying Roar was unleashed, even a Yuan monarch elite would be severely injured. Bring it! Guan Shifei waved his hand and a two-wheeled war chariot was pushed out from the darkness. It looked like a cannon, but there was a fiery red arrowhead on top of it. Once the ignition was lit, it was considered to be activated. Very good. Xiao Han's eyes flashed coldly. At this moment, hundreds of people were lying in ambush, waiting for Li Zongjiu and the others to arrive. Pei Si, who was about to leave, quietly arrived at the outskirts of the forest after receiving the news. Interesting. The commander of the Imperial Guards can actually summon city guards. There will be a good show tonight. Pei Si's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. His gaze flickered slightly as he immediately sensed two figures hiding in the distance. Song Chu and Nantian. These two old fellows are really sneaky. Obviously, many people had guessed that there would be an important show tonight. Therefore, they had not left early and had come here based on the information they had received. Li Zongjiu and Kun Erasure did not let the crowd wait for long. He directly appeared in the middle of the wild forest. The Kun wing spear appeared in Kun Arashi's hand. You people better leave first. I advise you not to die in vain. Lan Kun spoke to the person hiding in the dark. Given the strength of these people, it would be difficult for them to escape the senses of the two of them. However, although Lan Kun had already spoken out of his kindness, these people in front of him remained indifferent. Li Zongjiu, tell us the truth. Did my son's death have anything to do with you? Xiao Han and the others walked out. Their leader, Xiao Han, also spoke. Today, Li Zongjiu and Lan Kun would die without a doubt. As for whether their corpses would be left intact, and whether they would be tortured in the end, it would depend on their own awareness. If their awareness was correct and they were willing to tell the truth, then it would be easy to kill them with a single slash of the saber. However, if the two of them were unwilling to speak, they could not be blamed for being vicious and merciless. After surviving on the battlefield for so many years, they had already grasped some ruthless method. If the two of them were unwilling to speak, they would not mind letting them have a taste of their methods. Are you talking about this? Li Zongjiu directly threw out a cloth bag in his hand. Within the range of his mind power, there were at least 500 people lying in ambush within a radius of 100 meters. Li Zongjiu was indeed worthy of being part of the army. He could easily summon so many people to help him. However, such an encirclement was nothing to Li Zongjiu. A ball-shaped object rolled a few times on the ground. Although the night was dark, one could still vaguely see some bloodstains on the bag. In order to prevent an ambush, Guan Shifei also signaled for one of his men to go forward. The man urged his horse forward and came in front of the bag. When he opened the bag, he was stunned on the spot. When he regained his senses, he also directly threw out the bag in his hand. Oh my God! A round human head appeared in front of everyone's eyes. From Xiao Han's angle, he could just see the appearance of the human head at this moment. Wasn't this the head of his precious son? Although the hair was messy and the blood was smeared all over the face, Xiao Han could still recognize that this was his son in an instant. My son! Xiao Han suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs. With a leap, Xiao Han arrived in front of the head. The soldier who had carelessly tossed the head away also hurried to stand in front of Xiao Han. Sir, please forgive me. Get out of my sight. Xiao Han directly kicked the soldier away. The armor in front of his chest caved in, leaving a footprint. He flew back a few hundred meters and directly hit a big tree. Blood spurted out of his mouth and his head tilted to one side. He was directly kicked to death. My son! Xiao Han held Xiao Tian's head in his arms and cried bitterly. At this moment, it seemed that even the heavens were moved by the deep affection between the father and son. There was actually such deep affection in it. Thunderclaps rumbled in the sky. Lightning quickly surged across the sky, and a terrifying cold wind blew at the scene. 2 lines of tears flowed down Xiao Han's face. The disheveled hair on his head was fixed again. His scarlet eyes were fixed on Li Zongjiu in front of him. Who ordered you to do this? Who is the mastermind behind this? Xiao Han stood up. In the fierce wind, his clothes and hair were also disheveled. At this moment, Xiao Han's body looked so frail and weak amidst the fierce winds. Although his body was thin and weak, there was bound to be a bloody storm that shook the heavens and the earth between the thunder and lightning. Don't yell and scream. Don't worry, no one is targeting you. I just want to kill. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said. And you don't have to be sad, because you can accompany him soon. Listening to Li Zongjiu's words, he was too arrogant. Did he have hundreds of people, or did they have hundreds of people? The relationship between them and the enemy was still unclear. Very well. Don't worry, I, Xiao Han, will make sure your whole family is buried with my son. Kill them. At Xiao Han's command, a thunderclap sounded in the sky. The whole sky was filled with rolling thunder, as if it was a very good day to kill and vent one's anger. Kill. As soon as Guan Shifei gave the order, countless flames shot out from the treetops, bringing with them the sound of breaking wind. Koan flash. Koan Arisher shook the long spear in his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying force flew out like a bolt of lightning, directly shattering the arrows around him. Chapter 657. Li Zongjiu did not pay much attention to Su Sha's agitated state. Since the duel was about to begin, Li Zongjiu walked into the arena directly. He nodded at Su Hong, who walked over to Li Zongjiu and whispered, "You have to be careful of this person. The set sun flame is not ordinary." Got it. Li Zongjiu replied nonchalantly. What set sun flame or heavenly sun flame? Basically, Li Zongjiu did not care about them at all. How dare he play with fire in front of Li Zongjiu? Although Li Zongjiu wasn't born to play with fire, his experience in playing with fire from head to toe, from every strand of his hair, far exceeded that of his opponent. Lan Qingxiu, who was standing opposite him, looked as though he did not know what was good for him. After walking into the arena, he cupped his fists at the people around him, as though everyone was there to cheer for him. Hee. Everyone, I'll have to embarrass myself here, Lan Qingxiu said with a hypocritical smile. Naturally, the people around him were not happy with him either. After all, such a good opportunity to flatter Lan Qingxiu had been given to him. It was really upsetting. If they had gone up now, they might have been the one chosen by the Chongqing Pavilion. Now that such a good opportunity had been snatched away by this guy and he was even jumping around in front of his eyes, he wanted to see just how capable he was. Everyone was waiting for Lan Qingxiu to make his move. Although Li Zongjiu's strength was nothing to be afraid of, he was not a fool. He might have some tricks up his sleeve. He might be able to kill Lan Qingxiu easily. Things like failing miserably at such a simple task were common occurrences. After showing off for a while, Lan Qingxiu looked at Li Zongjiu. "Don't worry. Tonight is just the beginning. You will have a very long and profound experience in this duel," Lan Qingxiu said with a cold look in his eyes. "Come on, I'll give you a chance. I'll let you make a move. I'm not an unreasonable person." Li Zongjiu flipped his wrist and hooked his finger at Lan Qingxiu. Lan Qingxiu's smile widened when he heard Li Zongjiu's words. This kid really knew how to play dumb. Lan Qingxiu wanted to see if Li Zongjiu would still be able to say the same thing when he tore Li Zongjiu into two. "One move? No, I only need half a move to kill you," Lan Qingxiu roared. He crossed his hands, as if he was holding a bowl. Then, there was a loud bang in his palms, and a powerful energy was rapidly gathering. Flames. The flame of the setting sun was like the radiance of the setting sun, causing the 10,000 T mountain manor to be illuminated at night. He looked at the fire of the setting sun in Lan Qingxiu's hand. Gradually, it became stronger and stronger, and the surrounding people also became nervous. Many people also felt a sense of pressure. This level of strength caused the surrounding people to feel a trace of surprise. Lan Qingxiu's control of the fire of the setting sun is getting stronger. What a powerful force! Did he find another wisp of the fire of the setting sun? I've seen the fire of the setting sun a few years ago, but it didn't give off such a strong pressure. The people below were discussing. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some were disdainful of the flame in Lan Qingxiu's hand. TSK, if it wasn't for the fire of the setting sun, he wouldn't be where he is today. If he has such a fortuitous encounter, he should have hidden it well. Lan Qingxiu is in such a hurry to pick it out. He doesn't know how to write the word low-key. No one was talking about Li Zongjiu anymore. When Lan Qingxiu took out the fire of the setting sun, no one believed that Li Zongjiu could survive. The elixir platform was not a place where one could simply talk his way out of it. Lan Qingxiu was ready to attack. The fire of the setting sun was condensed, and it was about to erupt. Boom! The terrifying residual sun fire immediately turned into a fireball. As the fireball whizzed through the air, it seemed to burn through space and quickly arrived in front of Li Zongjiu. "Be careful!" Su Sha couldn't help but shout. The fire of the setting sun was already a terrifying force for Su Sha. If it was Su Sha facing the fire of the setting sun, she would definitely be defeated by this move. Seeing that Li Zongjiu was still standing at the same spot, Su Sha wanted to go up and push Li Zongjiu. Even Su Hong and the rest were staring at Li Zongjiu. A glint flashed across Pei Si's eyes. Everyone's eyes were immediately filled with astonishment. What? The audience below the platform were shocked. They didn't know what had just happened. It happened too fast, and they couldn't see clearly. One move is over. Li Zongjiu looked at Lan Qingxiu without the slightest bit of pity. He had already given Lan Qingxiu a chance. He had said that he would use one move, and that was that. Rise. Li Zongjiu raised his hand. Lan Qingxiu and the people around him didn't see any movement. However, there was a boom under Lan Qingxiu's feet, and a ball of fire appeared. My feet. Lan Qingxiu immediately felt a burning sensation. He even had the urge to chop off his feet. However, Lan Qingxiu didn't have time to do anything else. A strong burning sensation appeared in his heart and lungs. As an alchemist, Lan Qingxiu was very clear about the condition of his body. No. Lan Qingxiu immediately let out a long howl. This was the last sound he could make. After he roared, Lan Qingxiu's entire body exploded. Flames were released from his body like a meta-beast, devouring Lan Qingxiu. Lan Qingshu's body was instantly burned to ashes. In anyone's eyes, this was an extremely shocking scene. Lan Qingshu's figure directly disappeared. All that was left was a storage ring and a flame. It seemed like he was trying to escape. Many people saw this wisp of flame. Residual sun flame. Immediately, some people's eyes were filled with desire. They were even ready to take action. However, Li Zongjiu reached out his hand and sucked the residual sun flame into his hand. An aura of an expert was released from his body. He looked down at the people below. In their eyes, other than fear and shock, there was also a trace of fear hidden in the depths of their hearts. Su Sha opened her cherry mouth wide. Looking at the scene in front of her, she couldn't regain her senses. I knew it. It's like this again. Chapter 658. Lan Kuan's eyes were already wide open. However, he still couldn't figure out how Li Zongjiu had managed to end the battle so quickly. This caused the audience below the stage to be dumbfounded. Some of them were even looking around. They thought that Lan Qingshu had used some kind of concealment technique to hide himself, which was why they could not see him clearly. It should be some kind of secret technique. How could such a living person disappear just like that? What? Su Hong and the rest were shocked when they saw what happened. A cold light flashed in Song Chu's eyes. Although Li Zongjiu's attack was very subtle, Song Chu could still clearly feel the appearance of a wave of energy. He immediately knew that Li Zongjiu's body also had a kind of yuan fire. It seems like you are relying on this wisp of yuan fire. Song Chu's eyes gradually relaxed. In his opinion, he already knew Li Zongjiu's trump card. In that case, Li Zongjiu's words were not mysterious at all. It would be easy for him to destroy it. Pil King Nantian, who was beside him, looked at Li Zongjiu and became even more vigilant. In fact, Pil King Nantian had fought with Li Zongjiu before. In the end, he lost miserably and had no choice but to leave Li Zongjiu's house. Now Li Zongjiu seemed to have a new trick up his sleeve. This made Pil King Nantian even more vigilant. He actually has a yuan fire. It seems like Li Zongjiu's luck is not ordinary. Pei Si's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. To be able to encounter and subdue a yuan fire at such a young age, he must have had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, the power of the yuan fire alone was comparable to that of a yuan king expert. It was not something that could be subdued easily. However, there was no fear in Pei Si's eyes. Instead, there was a trace of interest. You possess a primordial fire. Speaking of which, you do have the qualifications to become my opponent. Pei Si thought in his heart. It was simply unbelievable that Pei Si could still be so confident even after Li Zongjiu had displayed such powerful strength. It seemed like Pei Si also had a trump card in his hand. After all, he was the young pavilion master of Chongqing Pavilion. If he didn't have a certain amount of strength, he wouldn't be able to keep his position. He wouldn't even dare to casually walk around Jianghu. The level of danger in Jianghu was naturally clear to everyone. Since Pei Si dared to step out, it meant that he had the ability to protect himself. It's done. That spot is mine, right? Li Zongjiu waved his hand and leaped up, arriving in front of Feng Tingfei. At this moment, Feng Tingfei was still in shock. Where was Lan Qingshu? Was Lan Qingshu really burned to ashes? Could this be a trick put on by the two of them? Could it be that Lan Qingshu invited Li Zongjiu here on purpose to avoid the responsibility of the Dark Horse Elixir meeting? Or could it be that Li Zongjiu and Lan Qingshu colluded to show off their strength in front of everyone, so that others wouldn't dare to offend them easily? If that was the case, they were a little too scheming. It was scary just thinking about it. However, this was just a thought that Feng Tingfei was deceiving himself. Lan Qingshu was already dead. The flame seed of the setting sun was enough to explain the situation. Moreover, this flame seed happened to be in Li Zongjiu's hands. Everyone saw this scene, and when they woke up, they would be especially enthusiastic towards Li Zongjiu, because this was a primordial fire kindling. With this primordial fire, It would be a great help to the cultivation of alchemy. Everyone present was very clear about this. If someone were to find this fire seed, then they would certainly refine it in a very secretive manner. If one wanted to buy it in the market, then it would simply be impossible to do so. No one would sell such a thing, but now Li Zongjiu had such an ownerless fire seed in his hand. Of course, Mr. Lan Qingxiu overestimated himself. It's fine that he's dead. Our 100 Medicine Pavilion won't pursue this matter. Feng Tengfei said hurriedly. That's enough. The other spot belongs to my brother, Kuan Erisher. If anyone dares to touch it, tell them to come find me. Li Zongjiu said. Kuan Erisher, who was beside him, was also moved. The quota of the Dark Horse elixir meeting itself was a double-edged sword, but of course there were countless people who wanted it. It was unknown how many people wanted to mix in. Even if they were a little unlucky, they could basically take away a 6th-grade medicinal herb. Find time to refine this. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and threw the flame seed of the setting sun to Kuan Erisher. After Kuan Erisher reached out and caught it, he was shocked when he saw the flame seed clearly. This, I can't accept this. Kuan Erisher waved his hand and said. Although he said that he couldn't accept it, when he waved his hand, he put the flame seed into his pocket. He couldn't wait to find time to refine this flame seed. This kind of flame was no different from trash in front of Li Zongjiu. However, for people like Kuan Erisher who hadn't obtained the primordial fire, it was a priceless treasure. Even Su Sha looked at this scene in disbelief. What did she witness today? What happened to Li Zongjiu was extremely difficult for Su Sha to understand. First, he directly dealt with the son of the Imperial Guard commander, Shao Tian's. Then, with this move, he killed Lan Qingxiu, who was ranked 20th in the Sacred Flame Royal City. After obtaining the flame seed of the setting sun, he didn't hesitate and directly threw it to Kuan Erisher. One should know that even if one did not refine this fire seed, just by selling it or even auctioning it, one would be able to obtain an extremely rich return. This return was basically something that one could not imagine. It would definitely exceed one's imagination. Li Zongjiu generously gave this flame seed to Kuan Erisher. This made Su Sha even more confused. She couldn't see through Li Zongjiu. This is... Oh my god, I don't want to know this person anymore. Su Hong was silent for a while. There was a risk in going on the elixir platform. After all, the people present weren't ordinary people. They were all reputable people who had been in the Jianghu for a period of time. Since Lan Qingxiu was standing on the platform, his life and death were up to fate. Even if Li Zongjiu killed him in front of everyone, the bystanders couldn't say anything. Li Zongjiu's attitude of not caring about worldly affairs made Su Hong admire him, but also gave him a headache. Su Hong immediately signaled the host to move on to the next item. He wanted to dilute this matter first. Cough, cough. Ladies and gentlemen, next, we will enter the lucky draw segment of this banquet. Chapter 659. White Deer Manor. Bang! A figure crashed heavily into the ground, creating a deep crater. The ground of the entire White Deer Manor was already in tatters. Lu Wenshan, who had just woken up, was awakened by the continuous shaking. When he saw the scene in front of him, his face suddenly turned serious. What the fuck? Isn't that the Black Mountain Sword King? Why is he lying on the ground like a dead dog? Lu Wenshan's heart was immediately stunned. He looked at the Black Mountain Sword King. At this moment, the Black Mountain Sword King and Lu Wenshan's eyes met. The distance between the two was only 5 or 6 meters. The Black Mountain Sword King immediately stretched out his hand towards Lu Wenshan, as if he wanted to ask for help. When Lu Wenshan saw this, he of course immediately closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious. He absolutely could not let the enemy find out that he was still awake. Otherwise, he would directly hit his head. Lu Wenshan had long had enough of the feeling of being knocked unconscious. Du Lianyi and the others were in the distance, admiring the scene in front of them. It was simply too shocking. The Black Mountain Sword King was a dignified Sword King expert. Now Du Lianyi finally knew what kind of group she was in contact with. Ever since he saw Li Zongjiu, he realized that things seemed to be out of the ordinary. The things she had seen could no longer be described by common sense. But for Du Lianyi, all of this no longer mattered. Now that she had avenged her great hatred and killed the enemy of many years with her own hands, this feeling of joy was like a dream. For Du Lianyi, she simply could not believe it. One had to know that the thought and expectation of killing his enemy with his own hands was still something that was far away in the future half a month ago. Now, such a thing had happened. After meeting Li Zongjiu, in less than a month, she had completed it. Li Zongjiu was simply a man of his word. Even Du Lianyi had an illusion that in this world, there seemed to be nothing that Li Zongjiu could not do. No matter what happened now, Du Lianyi would not be surprised. Even if the sky fell down, Du Lianyi believed that everyone in the world would be crushed to death. But Li Zongjiu would absolutely not die. Dou Ling lifted the Black Mountain Sword King up with one hand. The Black Mountain Sword King's eyes immediately revealed a look of terror. Thunder Soldier Charm. In a moment of desperation, the Black Mountain Sword King could no longer care so much. If he continued to be beaten, he would die. The Black Mountain Sword King immediately threw out the precious amulet he had on him. Boom! The terrifying power of thunder and weapons swept towards Dou Ling. Dou Ling reacted quickly and caught the Thunder Soldier with one hand. However, she was still sent flying by the terrifying shockwave. Boom! Dou Ling's body flew backward, but the light around her was still swirling. The Thunder Soldier charm did not hurt Dou Ling at all. However, as the Thunder Soldier charm spread, the murderous intent in Dou Ling's eyes gradually faded, and the aura on her body gradually returned to normal. The Black Mountain Sword King did not care so much. He directly leaped and swept out of the White Deer Manor. He did not want to stay in this terrifying place any longer. What he suffered today was the most terrifying thing that the Black Mountain Sword King had ever suffered since his debut. Caught in Dou Ling's hand, he was like a weak and powerless chick at her mercy. He was the Black Mountain Sword King, vicious and merciless, and did not recognize his own family. Now, he was so humiliated that he was brutally abused. If people found out, then how could he, the Black Mountain Sword King, show his face in the future? But fortunately, the Black Mountain Sword King's life was saved. My Thunder Soldier charm. I spent 500 upper-grade primordial stones to buy it. The Black Mountain Sword King wanted to cry but had no tears. Although his life was saved, the Thunder Soldier talisman was equivalent to half of the Black Mountain Sword King's life. He had thought that it would be easy to get, but now it had turned out like this. The Black Mountain Sword King's heart was filled with grief and indignation. However, this loss could only be borne by the Black Mountain Sword King himself. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? He only went to save a person, but he actually lost everything he signed up for. It was simply too pitiful. This was the legendary, breaking teeth and swallowing it into the stomach. Now, not only did he lose the Thunder Soldier charm, but he also failed to save Lu Wenshan. This was the most embarrassing situation. But now, the Black Mountain Sword King did not care so much. He had to leave this place quickly. If the witch caught up, he did not know what to do. In the end, the Black Mountain Sword King endured his serious injuries and quickly fled into the distance. No one knew which dark corner he was hiding in. Inside the manor. When she saw Dou Ling's aura gradually recover, Du Lianyi was even a little scared and did not dare to approach Dou Ling easily. It was because the fighting strength that Dou Ling showed just now was too terrifying. The Black Mountain Sword King was like a toy in front of Dou Ling completely without any power to fight back. Did I see blood just now? Dou Ling also had a sudden feeling of realization. She couldn't even remember what had just happened. Du Lianyi and Ning Hu both nodded repeatedly. Looking at the bumpy and dilapidated manor in front of her, Dou Ling knew that she must have entered that state again. I told you, I can't see blood, Dou Ling said with an innocent face. At this moment, Lu Wenshan, who was lying on the ground and pretending to be dead, twitched when he heard this. Although he was not clear about the situation before, he still remembered very clearly that the Black Mountain Sword King had fled. After using the Thunder Soldier talisman, he was able to escape. It was really shameful. Finally, Lu Wenshan thought about it and decided to stay here first. As long as he was obedient in the White Deer Manor, at least his life would not be in danger. Therefore, Lu Wenshan gradually relaxed and accepted the fate of being imprisoned in the White Deer Manor. 10,000 Tea Manor. When the banquet was in the middle of its progress, Zhuang Ying of the 10,000 Tea Manor also sent someone to report to the Imperial Guards and let them find Xiao Tian's body. When the Imperial Guards found Xiao Tian's body, they were shocked. They were shocked. Not only Xiao Tian's, but also Xiao Tian's special guards. These people were specially trained by Xiao Tian's to protect him. Now, all of them had died here. People couldn't help but be shocked. Xiao Tian's was clearly here to exterminate his sect. Quickly inform the commander. Chapter 660. As the deputy commander of the Right Army, Man Lang was filled with joy. His heart was filled with joy and joy. Of course, he was happy when he saw that Xiao Tian's had died. This was because he was well aware of Xiao Tian's background. With Xiao Tian's around, it was impossible for him, the deputy commander, to be promoted to a higher position, although he was only the deputy commander of the Right Army. However, if he could become the commander of the Right Corps, the level of benefits and treatment would be on a completely different level. If Xiao Tian's didn't commit any serious crimes, his position wouldn't be shaken. But now, Xiao Tian's was beheaded in the 10,000 Tea Mountain Villa. This matter must be very serious. Perhaps Xiao Tian's had provoked someone he couldn't afford to offend. But for Man Lang, this was a very good opportunity for him to be promoted. He immediately sent someone to inform Xiao Tian's father, who was the great commander of the Imperial Guards. Such an important matter must be reported as soon as possible. Man Lang also ordered the surrounding area to be sealed. Then, he observed the dozens of corpses on the ground. 4 of them were only unconscious. They were now captured because the place where they were unconscious was only a few steps away from Xiao Tian's corpse. Take him down and interrogate him. Make them tell me everything they know, Man Lang said coldly. There must be something fishy about this matter. After such a large group of people died, there was no movement. Don't tell me that the 10,000 Tea Mountain Villa didn't know about it. This happened in your territory, so you must be the first to know about it. There was no doubt about it. But now, the blood was almost dry, and your people only came to inform me. Aren't you looking for trouble? Furthermore, how could there be no one patrolling such a large area? As Imperial Guards, if they didn't even have this bit of vigilance, how could they protect the safety of the Imperial City? If this matter wasn't handled well, the Imperial Guards would be in big trouble. After all, the head of the Right Corps commander had been chopped off by someone. For the Imperial Guards, if they couldn't protect themselves, how could they protect others? There was only one wound on these people's bodies. One strike to kill. One of Man Lang's subordinates quickly investigated the area and immediately returned to report. The 15 Imperial Guards in front of him were Xiao Tian's confidants, so they were the only ones present at that time. Who was the person who was supposed to patrol this area? Barbarian Wolf asked. It's the 3rd group. Get me the leader of the 3rd group, Man Lang ordered. Not long after, the leader of the 3rd group was brought before Man Lang. You were supposed to be in charge of this area. Why weren't you on duty at that time? Reporting to the deputy commander, at that time, the commander found this lowly one and asked this lowly one to guard the foot of the mountain. The leader of the 3rd group hurriedly said. Such a big thing had happened. It was like hanging a knife over his head. It was already very courageous of him not to run away immediately. After all, this area was under his jurisdiction. Oh? He transferred you to the foot of the mountain, so why did he stay here? Could it be that he stayed here to meet his enemy? Man Lang coldly said. However, on the other side, the unconscious Imperial Guards quickly told him everything that had happened. If they didn't clearly explain such a big thing, then they would definitely die. Therefore, at this moment, these Imperial Guards also told him the whole story. While Man Lang was listening to the news, there was a trace of astonishment on his face. A maidservant? According to Man Lang's information, these guards were all knocked unconscious. The reason why they were gathered here was to help Xiao Tian's guard so that Xiao Tian's and a maidservant could do things peacefully. Basically, any man would know what was going on. However, Xiao Tian's was really pitiful. For a mere maidservant, he actually lost his life in the end. It was really hard to believe. Indeed, the gains did not make up for the losses. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? It seems like the culprit only did it on the spur of the moment. That maidservant, what's her name? Capture her for me. As for those guards, the others are all dead. Only a few of them are fine. Since they wanted to silence people, how could they do such a dirty thing? There must be something fishy going on. Man Lang did not want to be played like a monkey. The reason why these people were still alive was probably because the enemy wanted to deliberately leave some false signals. This time, things have gotten a little out of hand. Now, the people in the Myriad Tea Villa are all important guests. I can't possibly capture all of them, Man Lang thought in his heart. If that was the case, there was no other way. This was a very troublesome matter. Next, he would have to see how the senior commander would deal with this matter when he arrived. Anyway, he had already grasped the general information. Before the senior commander arrived, he had to capture the maidservant. Man Lang thought in his heart. If he was unable to provide an explanation for this, the first commander would definitely blame him, Man Lang, once he was angered. Therefore, before the senior commander arrived, he had to get to the bottom of this matter. In the banquet garden, Li Zongjiu and Kuan Erisher were looking at the invitation letter in their hands nervously. There were already people who had won prizes in front of them. However, they were only the third and second prizes. The best prize, a 6th-grade medicinal herb, had not been won yet. Therefore, the two of them were nervously looking forward to it. Next, it's the most important moment of this banquet's lucky draw. A 6th-grade medicinal herb. Xianyang grass. The provider of this Xianyang grass is the 100 Medicine Pavilion. Thank you for your sponsorship. The host on the stage was also blabbering a bunch of nonsense, making Li Zongjiu want to rush up and punch him in the face. After talking for a long time, he finally got to the point. He directly drew a number from a box. The number of the winner of the first prize is, however, the host did not read out the number behind it. The sound of iron hooves and armor could be heard from the door. Boom! The door was opened. Immediately, a group of armored soldiers rushed in from all directions. The leader was riding on the back of an armored rhinoceros, his entire body brimming with killing intent. Chapter 661. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Weren't these people from the Imperial Guards? Did these Imperial Guards take the wrong medicine? General Xiao? Su Hong stood up. When he saw the leader of the group, he immediately frowned. The person in front of him was the commander of the Imperial Guards, Xiao Han. Xiao Han had been on the battlefield all his life and had killed countless people. He had a son at an old age and gradually became the commander of the Imperial Guards. He loved his son dearly and had brought him with him since he was young to protect Xiao Tian's. Even today's lucrative task was directly handed over to Xiao Tian's to supervise. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? After hearing the news, Xiao Han had no time to say anything. He immediately led his men to the 10,000 Tea Villa. Elder Su Hong, The Imperial Guards are doing their job. Please excuse us. Xiao Han cupped his hands at Elder Su Hong. After all, Elder Su Hong was the elder of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. His rank was not low. Most importantly, he could speak directly to the Emperor Xingyan. The Heavenly Elixir Pavilion was a project that the Emperor Xingyan attached great importance to. Therefore, Su Hong's status could not be ignored. Did something happen? Su Hong came in front of Xiao Han. Kuan Erasure also took a step forward and stood in front of Li Zongjiu. If you are discovered, you should run away first. This man is Xiao Tian's father. Su Sha happened to be beside the two of them. When she saw Xiao Han, her heart skipped a beat as if it was about to stop. The situation in front of her was not something that could be avoided so easily. Su Sha happened to be present when Xiao Tian died. Although this matter had nothing to do with her, it was inevitable that she would get into trouble. Most importantly, Li Zongjiu and Kuan Erasure were very likely to be caught by Xiao Han. As long as the maid described their appearance, it would be impossible. None of them would be able to escape. This was the consequence of cutting the grass without removing the root. Su Sha looked at Kuan Erasure and Li Zongjiu, trying to find a trace of regret on their faces. Although Su Sha did not like to kill the innocent, this matter was extremely serious. For the sake of the big picture, she could accept and even support the idea of killing them directly. But after this matter, she would never be friends with Li Zongjiu and Xiao Han again. However, there was a trace of nervousness on Kuan Erashi's face. Li Zongjiu did not move at all. That is Xiao Tian's father, right? Looking at the situation, Li Zongjiu seemed to want to kill Xiao Han as well. No one could figure out what he was thinking. The two of you only need to deny it even if you're beaten to death. They will not dare to do anything because they have no evidence. Su Sha came to Li Zongjiu and said, "Evidence?" Speaking of evidence, Xiao Tian's head was still in Li Zongjiu's southern ring. It would be easy to find out. However, Xiao Han was not qualified to check Li Zongjiu's storage ring. Li Zongjiu certainly knew that Xiao Tian's father would come to find them soon, so he let Du Liani leave first. As for the maid, Li Zongjiu did not intend to kill her. If he had to sacrifice a woman for Li Zongjiu's matter, it would be too shameful. Li Zongjiu would never do such a thing, no matter if it was in his previous life or in this life. Among the crowd, Xiao Dai's face turned pale because she had recognized one of the Imperial Guards. It was this person who called her over, and that was what happened later. Now that these people had come to find her, it would be easy for them to find her. Therefore, Xiao Dai was extremely nervous. Hiding in the crowd, once she was discovered, she would be dealt with unimaginable torture. Alchemists, please calm down. I am Xiao Han, the commander of the Imperial Guards. I am here today to catch a suspect in a murder case. Please stay where you are and do not move around. Otherwise, you will be treated as accomplices. Xiao Han said coldly. So what if these people are alchemists? Now that his son has been beheaded by someone, you guys are here singing and dancing in celebration. I didn't summon the troops, and instead, I directly threw you into the dungeon and tortured you. That's already giving you a lot of face. Imperial Guards, find them. Xiao Han gave the order, and without waiting for the approval of the people around him, the cavalry immediately charged in. The alchemists around were disturbed. Of course, they were a little unhappy, but now they knew that the situation in front of them wasn't right. If they stood out at this time, their heads might be chopped off directly. At that time, they would be quickly sent to jail. Then, they would be in for a good time. Song Chu and the others sat steadily like mountains. They didn't put a mere Imperial Guard commander in their eyes. You're just a mere Imperial Guard. You're just a guard. Since when is it your turn to investigate a case? However, they hadn't bumped into them yet. Naturally, they would put this matter aside for the time being. Although they were unhappy, they didn't flare up. They just looked at the situation in front of them and thought that it would be better to just let it go after a search. Since they had encountered such a situation, they would naturally tolerate it as much as possible. Presumptuous! Xiao Han and the others' eyes were suddenly attracted by a voice. When they looked over, it just so happened that the Imperial Guard was sent flying by a slap from Li Zongjiu. This Imperial Guard was just passing by Li Zongjiu. He did not know what was going on at all, but he was directly slapped by Li Zongjiu. When he saw the guard fly out, even Kuan Erisher, who was beside Li Zongjiu, did not understand. Why did you make the first move? It was simply unexpected. It was hard to imagine. Li Zongjiu withdrew his slap. This guy who framed him and took the initiative to find trouble was really restrained. In the past, Li Zongjiu often did such things. However, that was after his strength had reached a certain level. He often relied on his strength to find trouble everywhere. Anyway, you can't do anything to him. After sending Li Zongjiu flying with a slap, the surrounding Imperial Guards immediately rushed towards Li Zongjiu. Naturally, Xiao Han could not mobilize the Imperial Guards in the Imperial City outside. If he did, who would protect the Imperial City? The Imperial Guards present at the scene were all Imperial Guards of the Right Army. When Man Lang saw the commotion, he didn't waste any more words. He immediately drew his blade and walked towards Li Zongjiu with a fiendish expression. What kind of situation was this? There was actually such an ignorant person. Su Sha was also dumbfounded. This Li Zongjiu, what kind of fire chicken was he going to do?